something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
At. Honestly, your weird dead eyes.
They are weird. Super weird.
So.
You're well talked to them people. It's you for some reason.
You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Is that okay? Have a nice day.
Hey, how's it going? You all right? Leafy, Awakened Alliance. How you doing, boys? Squirrel Sniper. Good to see you, bud. So, how's everyone doing? How's their Tuesday been treating them? I've been sat here just flicking through YouTube, flicking through YouTube channels, videos. Just why the fuck do I do it? Why the fuck do I do it to myself? Because there's nothing else to do. There's fuck all else to do at the moment. So, yeah, driving me mad. Jolly man, how you doing, mate? If you've got a bad headache, the last thing you want to be doing is looking at the fucking screen, especially a telephone. You should pop some earphones on and stick the phone down by the bed and just. I wouldn't even listen to me, mate. I'd put some good music on. And because you might get a headache listening to me. No, I'm going to try not to moan about shit. Done it to myself. Watching these stupid fucking... Sorry, shouldn't be swearing 5 minutes into the video. Who was it was telling me about that? You shouldn't swear the first. I think it was Caucasian Sasquatch. You shouldn't swear in the first 5 minutes because you'll be downranked straight away. I'm downranked anyway, aren't I? Bloody downranked anyway. So I'll tell you what, I'm loving this, man. Every now and again, I have a baby cockroach walking across me, constantly feeling it. Last night I got woken up 3 times by cockroaches crawling over me. No worries, mate. Sniper. No worries. Being myself. Myself is quite offensive. Dude, I'm quite offensive. I know I am. I can't be bothered to apologise for it. I apologise to any nice, decent, respectable people that are shocked by my frankness. Trying to think of a word. I love Quite Frankly, man. He's got the best name because he can call his show Quite Frankly, because that's one of the that's an expression that I like and I've used. Well, quite frankly, anyways, it's interesting, isn't it, how you'll get 2 or 3 YouTubers talking about the same person. Obviously, this is right. Yeah, Matt, Quantum of Conscience, is looking at Herschel Walker. And I was just listening to somebody else talking about Herschel Walker. Gav Tav, I think it is. Yeah, Gav Tav. So he's just been talking about Herschel Walker and I just straight away in my mind, what just popped up is that little picture that I made, talking about great minds talk about events, mediocre minds. No, great minds talk about ideas, mediocre minds talk about events, and small minds talk about people. So I'm going to be small-minded today. I'm going to be small-minded and talk about people. Tanzania. When was I in Tanzania? How you doing, babe? You all right? I hope you're only listening and not. Are you driving? Are you driving in your car? I hope you're not. I hope you're not actually driving. If you're reading the chat and leaving messages, I hope that you're just listening. If you are driving, if you're driving, if you're not driving, then that's cool, obviously. So I share the screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Oh, they've changed it. That's weird. I've just noticed they've changed the share button, and now it says present or present, but present screen. It's not share screen anymore. It's present screen now. That's quite interesting. So where should we start? Where shall we start? There we go. Tenerife. Not Tanzania, Tenerife. What's that, Lizzo? Hey, Lizzo, how are you doing? I was on the 007 site. Second fume's mine. I'm bloody proud to love my buddies in chat and I'm Richie. What's the 007 site? Second fume's mine. What's that? Shari, how you doing? Good to see you. But yeah, planning to move to Ecuador though. Awakened Alliance. Dude, I can't remember. I can't remember if I ever knew what your real name is. Oh shit, I'm really sorry, mate. It's because I don't use it enough, because we don't chat enough. If we chatted enough, if we chatted more, and I used your name more, I'd remember it. David. I don't think I have ever known, have I? Or maybe. I don't think it's ever come up that much though. So David, I'll remember that, David. Thank you, mate. Now I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Yeah, moving to Ecuador. We're moving to Ecuador. Kev's going there on the 28th. He's got a flight booked. And all depends what happens with the mandates. If the mandates get taken down and I can fly to the US without having to be tested or jabbed, then I'm going to go to America first. But if not, I'll go straight to Ecuador. I'm going to build a pink hut in Ecuador and grow chocolate and eat in my backyard. I don't think you can grow chocolate, Sherry. I think you can make chocolate. You can grow cacao, and that's apparently really nice. It looks like it's a really strange texture, and they don't, like, you chew it up, but then you spit out the seed with the casing to the seed, and it's got this weird white jism all over it. Bernie, how you doing, buddy? You all right, mate? So before I invite anyone in, let's just have a little look. It's been driving me crazy today. This is what I've been watching. Look at my watch history. That was yesterday. So today. Oh, crikey, I watched a lot today, haven't I? More? Yeah. More. Bloody hell, look at this. Yeah, that's about right. Right. I started early. I don't know what time it was, about 8 o'clock this morning. And Tim's cool. He doesn't annoy me, and neither does Redacted. Well, I mean, they're still switched on as they think they are. They're not. And they're still massively indoctrinated and getting an awful lot wrong. But and they're still, at the end of the day, if you've got over 1 million subs, you're mainstream. If you've got over 1 million subs on fucking YouTube, you might as well be mainstream, as far as I'm concerned. But, and of course, Clayton and Natalie were both mainstream media anchors. And I don't know if they left because they couldn't deal with the lies anymore, or if they lost their jobs and decided that it was a better business model to speak the truth. I don't know if speaking the truth was the catalyst for them not being in mainstream media anymore. But they do. They seem like a nice couple. I got a bit of a crush on Natalie. Watched a bit of me gaming today, Kronos the Titan. I love Hollow, man. He's brilliant. And I love this guy. How many people know
Good morning.
who this guy is? Sanity for Sweden. He is. I love him. He's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. Look.
I will talk about this beautiful
So he didn't annoy me today.
country, New Zealand. It is a beautiful country, and you have a leader. Jacinda Ardern. Not
I actually like it when he comes on and he says, "Good morning. I'm pissed off." He says that. No. He's
so beautiful. I don't think so. First, I want to show you
Jacinda
this.
Ardern. Who was it that said yesterday? I don't know if it was a YouTuber or if it was in the conversations that we've been having, over the last couple of days. But somebody said, I think it was yesterday, Jacinda Ardern reminds them of Men in Black 2. The sort of cockroach beetle thing that kills the farmer and then wears his skin. That's Jacinda Ardern reminds him of that. I think Nancy Pelosi looks more like that. Nancy Pelosi looks more like a cockroach creature that's wearing a skin suit. Like the way her teeth keep falling out, and she's constantly drunk.
This is the vote count in the Brazilian election. Look at this thing. So first you have Bolsonaro's line, starts down here, goes up very quickly to almost 50%, and then it drops. And then it even...
This graph is a little bit confusing. I don't understand this graph because it's got left and right on it. Oh no, that's L and B. That's the people, isn't it? But what do you think is showing that? And this is the Brazilian elections, and so there's this flip, this switch that's happening. It's happening in America. I think it's happened in all the places where they actually, it did actually go in what we think is the people's favour, because a new party was voted in Sweden, in oh God, where is it? Where they're just bloody Italy, in Italy. It seems like in America, what's happened, like there was this massive red wave, and then for no reason, Democrats suddenly are doing way better, and Republicans aren't doing so good. We all know polls are an absolute load of crap. You can't rely on a poll for anything. They're all skewed to whatever it is they want to skew it to. But I mean, does anybody else really believe that the midterm elections in the US are going to be legit? Does anybody actually believe that those elections will be legit? Because it seems like they're already sort of paving the way for the Democrats to just hang on, you know. Wait, lucky America has 25 bang bangs per household on average. Yes, mate. Yeah. It's gone too long. They were allowed to keep their weapons for too long. right, and the reason they've been able to keep their weapons is because of because of the Constitution, and the Americans have got the Constitution to hang on to, and it all seems to have happened. I mean, when did the UK get disarmed? When did we have our right to bear arms removed? You're allowed weapons to hunt with, and I think we've always been allowed weapons to hunt with, but we've been restricted from bearing arms. I don't know when that was. I don't know when that happened. I know they tightened up the law in 1980s when the Hungerford massacre. Can't remember what his name was. Fred Ryan or something. Michael Ryan. Can't remember. But Hungerford wasn't that far from where I lived. Now I know they tightened up the gun laws after that. But you're still anyone is allowed, provided you don't have a criminal record. Anybody is allowed to apply for the license to own a shotgun, and you can even have a pump action shotgun, but provided it doesn't hold more than 3 shells, which is 2 in the thing, the reservoir, and 1 in the breech. Hey Angel Wings, how you doing? But yeah, that's what's keeping it. It's the only reason, though, isn't it? The Constitution. Americans have always had the Constitution to fall back on, and it's getting absolutely trounced now. But yeah, this is the thing. This whole thing that there's going to be a tie in the elections. No, there's only going to be a tie in the elections if they fiddle with them. If they Obama's put or left a bunch of trolls out to make sure it stays blue. Yeah, trolls, bots. I'm sure they're going to come out with some reason why people have to stay at home and postal votes. But there's absolutely no way that election is going to be legit. No frickin' way. I don't think it ever has been. I don't think any election that's ever taken place anywhere has ever been legit. The winner is the one that they decide is going to be the winner, not the one that's voted. So, what did I do with it? Oh, that's still showing. So, yeah, he was talking about Jacinda Ardern. But he isn't who pissed me off. What's the first one that pissed me off? Here we go. Look at her. Speaking of Jacinda Ardern.
time for our regular weekly interview with the Prime Minister, and due to royal funeral services and international duties at the United Nations, it hasn't been quite as regular in recent weeks. But this morning, Jacinda Ardern is once again beaming into breakfast from the Beehive.
She is possibly one of the ugliest women ever seen in my entire life. She makes me want to vomit a little bit. Like, she makes a little bit of puke come up in my mouth. Thinking about her too much.
I have to talk about various
like, as soon as
issues.
she starts to speak, as soon as it opens its mouth, I think what they did was they took a butt scraping from a horse, and that's how they came up with Jacinda Ardern. They grew her in a petri dish from a butt scraping from a horse.
Of the day. Morena, Prime Minister. Nice to have you back. Thank you for being with us. Morena, thank you for being with us.
Her face, like her expressions, unfortunately, can read her like a
Can we
book.
start this morning with local elections? Across the board, we know that so far there's been a very low voter turnout. Do you have any concerns about this at all?
I have concerns anytime. And there is one singular focus of the Pacific region at present, and that is climate change, because it's a security issue, it's an economic issue, and
this is what happens, right? I watch these videos and I listen to these creatures spewing this fucking feces out of their mouths when they're it's just complete shit that comes out of their mouths, and I go, yeah, that's enough. I can't. That's enough for you, Ardern. You don't get to speak anymore. That's one of the only enjoyment that I get out of watching these people is being able to, like, look at this terrorist, because that's what he is. That's what he was.
Congratulations, well done. Big pat on the back to you. You made it.
He's
with all the energy she has left.
All right, you listen to this motherfucker. This terrorist, I made a video about it. He used to be part of the something or other liberation army. I can't remember what it was exactly off the top of my head. But he's a fucking terrorist.
The number of weekly reported deaths from COVID-19 was the lowest since March 2020. We have never been in a better position to end the pandemic.
Couldn't fucking agree more, Tedros. Couldn't agree more, mate. You want to hear this, man?
We're not there yet, but the end is in sight. A marathon runner does not stop when the finish line.
Right, you know, he's not speaking to the people. He's not speaking to you and me. He's speaking to the elites. That's who he's speaking to right now. He's talking to the elites. He's talking to the people that have put this plan in motion. His puppet masters. That's who he's speaking to right now.
Comes into view. She runs harder with all the energy she has left. So must we. We can see the finish line. We are in a winning position. But now,
mate, you're very, very, very fucking sorely mistaken then. No, you're not in a winning position, dude. You just think you are.
now is the worst time to stop running.
No, now's the best time to turn in the other direction and run the fuck away, mate. Now would be the best time for you and all of your buddies, all of your little butt buddies, to turn around and run the fuck away as fast as you can into the ocean. Don't ever come back.
Now is the time to run harder and make sure we cross the line.
Make sure you
and
get the fuck away from all of us.
All our hard work.
So there you have it, end in sight.
All our hard work. Carl Vernon, shout out to Carl Vernon. He's awesome. I like him. Look at these books he's written. You Care Too Much. Anxiety Rebalance. Massive Advantages of Dealing with Assholes. Surrounded by Morons. Hey, I don't know anything about calling people morons, man. That's not very nice, right? Calling people morons, brain dead morons. Great minds think alike. So I'm going to come in the chat room in a minute. I'll see what people are saying. I love this. This list is perfect. Right. I want to look at this as well. I can't be bothered to look at all the things that pissed me off today. It's pointless, isn't it? But Roxanne shared this. She premiered this a little while ago, not like in the last sort of hour or so, I think. But I love it. This is exactly what people need to know. This is where we all need to be focusing all of our efforts and all of our attention right now. Like the next steps that all of us need to be making should be towards reclaiming our sovereignty as capable men and women and heirs to this earth and everything that comes out of it. But we really, really, really need, every single one of us. It's got to be individual. You can't get somebody else to claim your sovereignty back for you. Only you can do it. And if you're not going to do it, one of these fuckers that, you know, Liz Truss will do it. Liz Truss will assume the right to control everything to do with you because she's the current leader. Hey Sarah, how you doing? Good to see you. Brianna Lynn, no one's flower. Where's your, right, you need a, she's not just ugly, no one's flower, she's fugly. Brianna Lynn, greetings. I'm sure I recognize you. Just so you don't feel left out. I'll give you a wrench as well. Sigsar, if you're still in here, mate, I don't recognize you. I think maybe the first time that you've been in, so I won't be giving you a wrench just yet. But don't feel left out. If you're frequent enough and you're not any trouble, then you'll get a wrench like everybody, because everybody gets a wrench if they're not any trouble. But I do have problems with trolls, so always run the risk of giving a troll a wrench. I did that the other week. Oh, I meant to block him and I bloody gave him a wrench. I took it away very quickly, obviously, but for a couple of seconds, She, actually, it's not he, it's a she, but no, she had a wrench. I don't know. No, she had a wrench. Oh. Oh, Lizzo, you were in my 007. You were in 007. Why don't you... Have you gone into... Oh, yeah, you are. No, you're in the other one. All right. Yeah, I've got both my... It's funny, 007's become my backup channel now. Yeah. Anyway, so this is a really important bit of information for anybody in a British court. For anybody going to a British court.
The question that you need to ask any...
Hang on. Do it professionally with earphones on.
Administrative court is first find out the location of the R. So, for example, this is the question that you need to ask any administrative court is first find out the location of the R. So, for example, this is Leeds Magistrates Court. The question you need to ask is this Leeds Magistrates Court that gets its authority from the Magistrates Courts Act 1980, and is the equity of the court is using that of British pound sterling? If they say yes, that this is, it does get its authority from the Magistrates Courts Act 1980, due to the UK surrendering sovereignty and joining the European Economic Community on the 1st of January 1973, sovereignty was surrendered, the monarch was deposed and given a change of title. Therefore, any Act of Parliament, statute and law implemented post 1st of January 1973 is treason. And if they say that they're using pound sterling as equity, well, as of the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, the Great British Pound was backed by US dollar and the US dollar was backed by gold. Then on the 15th of August 1971, Richard Nixon took the US dollar off the gold standard. Now, the US dollar is printed by the Federal Reserve, which is a non-governmental, independent US corporation with shareholders, meaning that anybody who is paid in GBP is therefore cannot uphold their judicial oath because they are being paid and economically motivated by a foreign federal state or foreign federal corporation, not a foreign US independent corporation that is the Federal Reserve. So if they are acting under the, if they get their authority from the Magistrates Courts Act 1980, then it is treason because the superior statutes of the 1688 Coronation Oath, the 1689 Bill of Rights, the 1700 Act of Settlement, and 1795 the Treason Act, it says no fine or forfeiture without conviction with a jury of my peers. So all these administration courts, the only purpose they have is to try to obtain consent for corporate governance. There's something else they try to do as well. Oh yeah, so they're trying to get your consent for corporate governance, and they're trying to get you to take the responsibility for your legal fiction and make you trustee of the trust that you are actually the beneficiary of.
Is that the Cestui Trust?
Yeah, and that's the only purpose these courts have.
Right, did you hear that? Did you listen to that? Let's listen to it again, because what is said at the end, what the woman says at the end, what the guy says, confirms again what I've been saying, which I've got the information that I've got. Both people have been called out as being grifters, basically, that people say that they're con men, but it really does seem that like this bit of the information is accurate, it's true.
The question that you need to ask any administrative court is first find out the location of the R. So, for example, this is Leeds Magistrates Court. The question you need to ask is this Leeds Magistrates Court that gets its authority from the Magistrates Courts Act 1980, and is the equity of the court is using that of British pound sterling? if they say yes, that this is, it does get its authority from the Magistrates Court Act 1980, due to the UK surrendering sovereignty and joining the European Economic Community on the 1st of January 1973, sovereignty was surrendered, the monarch was deposed and given a change of title. Therefore,
you can look that up. I think that's when I think that's when Queen Elizabeth II officially became a corporation, and not the Queen of England. It became a corporation. Her name became the corporation, Queen Elizabeth II. But I might be wrong.
or any Act of Parliament, statute and law implemented post 1st of January 1973 is treason. And if they say that they are using pound sterling as equity, treason. Therefore, any Act of Parliament, statute and law implemented post 1st of January 1973 is treason. Any Act of Parliament, statute and law implemented post 1st of January 1973 is treason. And if they say that they are using pound sterling as equity, well, as of the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, the Great British Pound was backed by US dollar and the US dollar was backed by gold. Then on the 15th of August 1971, Richard Nixon took the US dollar off the gold standard. Now the US dollar is printed by the Federal Reserve, which is a non-governmental, independent US corporation with shareholders, meaning that anybody who is paid in GBP is therefore cannot uphold their judicial oath because they are being paid and economically motivated by a foreign federal state or a foreign federal corporation, not a foreign US independent corporation that is the Federal Reserve.
It's treason, right?
So if they are acting under if they get their authority from the Magistrates Court Act 1980, then it is treason because the superior statutes of the 1688 Coronation Oath, the 1689 Bill of Rights, the 1700 Act of Settlement, and 1795 the Treason Act, it says no fine or forfeiture without conviction with a jury of my peers. So all these administration courts, the only purpose they have is to try to obtain consent for corporate governance. There's something else they try to do. Oh yeah, so they're trying to get your consent for corporate governance, and they're trying to get you to take responsibility of your legal fiction and make you trustee of the trust that you are actually the beneficiary of.
Is that the Cestui Trust?
Yeah, and that's the only purpose these courts have.
The Cestui KV. The Cestui KV Trust. They're trying to they want everybody to basically just shut the fuck up and don't say anything. That's what they want, because nobody's presenting themselves, because you should never be represented. You should only ever present yourself. Nobody's presenting themselves as living men and women. Nobody's saying, claiming their, what's it called? Natural name. Well, it's not the term for it, but he talked about the Bretton Woods Agreement. That's it. Oh, it's not closed, did it? Right. Stop sharing. Present. All right, the Bretton Woods Agreement was a watershed moment for global economies and set the tone for international trade in the future. What is the Bretton Woods Agreement? Bretton Woods was a historic financial agreement signed on July 22nd, 1944. The agreement was named after the town of Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, where the representatives met to sign the agreement. The agreement was signed by representatives of 44 nations and established the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, the IMF. The deal was designed to stabilize currencies and promote international trade after World War II. Under the agreement, each participating country pegged its currency to gold and established a maximum allowed deviation from that peg. Bretton Woods Agreement remained in effect until 1971, when the United States began to allow its currency to float on foreign exchange markets. He also spoke about coronation oath. The Coronation Act. Oath, hereafter mentioned to be administered by the Archbishop of Canterbury, form of oath and administration thereof, to be administered to future kings and queens. May it please your majesties that the oath herein mentioned and thereafter expressed shall and may be administered to their most excellent majesties, King William and Queen Mary, whom God long preserve, at the time of their coronation, in the presence of all persons that shall be then, and their present at the solemnizing thereof by the Archbishop of Canterbury, or the Archbishop of York, or either of them, or any other bishop of this realm, whom the King's Majesty shall thereunto appoint, and who shall be hereby thereunto respectfully authorized, which oath followeth, and can be administered in this manner, that is to say, something. Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the people of this kingdom of England and the dominions thereto belonging according to the statutes in Parliament signed on and the laws and customs of the same? King and Queen shall say, I solemnly promise so to do. Archbishop or Bishop, will you to your power cause law and justice in mercy to be executed in all your judgments? I will. Will you to the utmost of your power maintain the laws of God and the true profession of the gospel and Protestant Reformed religion established by law? Will you preserve unto the bishops and the clergy of this realm, as the churches committed to their charge, all such rights and privileges as by law do or shall appertain unto them, or any of them? Do you know what? It's like English back then was all really fancy pantsy, wasn't it? Except it wasn't. I bet it wasn't. I bet when you walked around in London, they didn't speak all fancy pantsy. Ooh, they're unto do blah blah. Fucking hoity-toity bollocks. Queen's English bollocks. Let's look at the like. Basically, they're no different to Joe Biden and his lovely wife Jill, or to fucking Tedros, or they're all the same. They're all the bloody same. They all came from the same well. They all think that they're so much more than they are. They're like they give themselves these titles, lords and ladies and the right honourable gentlemen, and it's like they're constantly trying to reaffirm to themselves that they are something of importance, when they're in actual fact the scum of the earth, absolute scum of the earth. Oh, right. I'll tell you what. Who wants to join me? Who wants to join me? I could sit here and rant about all the, and what I was going to do was sit here and have a little rant about the things that I watched today. I was going to play little clips and like I'll just give you a little. I'll give you a little treat, a little taster. One of the things that just, well, you'll see. Let me just get it up. I'm waiting for the boop that says that somebody's joined StreamYard to come and chat with me. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? It was. There it is. So the quartering. I like this guy. I like him. He's a nice guy.
It's not just a break time snack. It's a first taste of independence.
These advertisements that you can't skip piss me off. Especially, like, I don't mind when they're 5 seconds long, but when you've got to sit there for 15 seconds, and then there's 2 of them that you can't skip through, I'm just like, rah, fuck off. Quite a lot of the time, I just stop. I don't even bother watching the video. Don't care what it's about. I don't give a shit. They haven't given me a choice to skip through the adverts, so I just don't bother watching their videos. But this. The pitch that this creature gets to, that's my ex-girlfriend. She wasn't screaming the same things. It's just when we get at 4 o'clock in the morning, when she, you know, she was absolutely determined to get into a screaming row because she's had a few drinks, and this is what she sounded like.
I didn't touch you, man. It's not that long ago, and I can't stand another man touching me. Well, no one did that. Is this a prank? He won't go away.
I'm not sharing it, am I, dickhead? I'm playing it and I'm not sharing it. Hang on.
I didn't touch you, man. It's not that long ago.
So, not sharing that either. Here we go.
I didn't touch you, man.
I gotta be honest with you, love. I don't think any other man is gonna have gone anywhere fucking near enough close to you to have done what you're suggesting.
Is this a prank? I'm so sorry. She was sorry when she cut it off. I didn't see you. To make it. Oh, I just asked her if she saw anything in line. That's illegal.
That Roman canon law 20, 55, 56, and 57. All right, mate, I'll do that now. But what about that? What about that banshee screech, man? That's what my ex-girlfriend Bayer used to sound like. No. What did you say, Roman canon law? What did you say? 25, 26, 55, 56, and 57. It's got canon. Oh, there it is. Sister KV. Roman cult law. Look at this. There we go. Right. Right. This is 36 and 37. 38. The Sistuike Trust, also known by several other pseudonyms such as Term of Life or Years or Pure Otravi, the Fide Commissary Trust, Foreign Citus Trust or Secret Trust, is a pseudo form of trust first formed in the 16th century under Henry VIII of England on one or more presumptions, including but not limited to one or more persons, presumed wards, infants, idiots, lost or abandoned at sea, and therefore assumed or presumed dead after 7 years. Additional presumptions by which such a trust may be legally formed were added in later statutes to include bankruptcy, incapacity, mortgages, and private companies. And it's the Sistuike V that was adjusted in 1666 by Charles II. In terms of the evidential history of the formation of Sistuike V trusts, the first Sistuike V trusts were formed through an act of Henry VIII England after 1540, and later wholly corrupted, whereby the poor people of England, after having all their homes, goods, and wealth seized in 1535, under the guise of small religious estates under £200, were granted the welfare or commonwealth benefit of a Sistuike use, or simply an estate with which to live, to work, and to bequeath via a written will. And in 1666, here we go, Westminster and the ruling classes passed the infamous Proof of Life Act, also called the Sistuike V Act, whereby the poor and disenfranchised that had not proven to Westminster and the courts they were alive were henceforth to be declared dead in law and therefore lost, abandoned, and their property to be managed in their absence. This supremely moral Republican Act, which remains in force today, is the birth of Monday and the infamous occult rituals of the British courts in the wearing of black robes and other paraphernalia in honouring the dead. In 1707, Westminster, under Queen Anne, extended the provisions of Proof of Life and Sistuike V, extending the use of such structures ultimately for corporate and other franchise purposes. This wicked, profane, and completely sacrilegious act in direct defiance to all forms of Christian morals and rule of law has remained a cornerstone of global banking and financial control to the 21st century. In 1796, King George III duty was also applied to estates pour autrui for the first time. In 1837, in the amendments of the nature of wills, that if a person under an estate pour autrui, Sistuike V, did not make a proper will, then such property would be granted to the executors and administrators. So this isn't a joke. Yeah, the plague or the fire. All the fire. It's and that's what this whole, so since 1666, in 2026, that will be 360 years. And it was King Charles II that did the Sister Week AV in 1666. 2055 is the one I couldn't find. It's supposed to be there, but it's not. Would it be article 2055? See, it starts at 2050. Why do they say it starts at 2053? They mentioned 2053 in there, but it's hang on, that's 36, not 56. I'm an idiot. Right, hang on a sec. Canon 55. Here we go. While the private secret trusts of the private central banks cannot be directly addressed, they are still formed on certain presumptions of law, including claimed ownership of the name, the body, the mind, and soul of infants, men, and women. Each and every man and woman has the absolute right to rebuke and reject such false presumptions as a member of one heaven and holder of their own title. Is that what you're on about? That one. So this person that I've listened to what they had to say. Me and Kev and Sarah all listened, and and Kev found some pretty damning statements about the person, but you know, I do think that if there's people out there doing it right, there's going to be, you know, we've got our trolls, right? Well, they're going to have their trolls that are going to put out all kinds of stories. So I'm still on the fence as to what this guy is saying is true or not. But he's saying it will be 360 years in 2026 since 1666 when Charles II, what he did was under Admiralty law and therefore applies internationally. He did it under international Admiralty law, so it applies to everyone. And it will be 360 years in 2026. And that's why they had to start the reset in 2020 to get everything sorted out. So by 2026, they would have all the trusts all signed. And that he was saying that the new trusts, that, you know, all these new acts, the CV-19 Act and the maximizing tools of said thing act and all these different acts that they're putting in place now. This is all to basically renew the Sister Week AV. They're all basically part of the Sister Week AV. And once they've done it this time, the last time they did it under Admiralty law, the law of the sea, the water, and this time because it's going to be all about digital currency and everything digital. It's going to be done under like crypto law of the air, not the sea. Yes, mate, do that. Do that. And Leafy, it's so important, mate, that all of us do this. It's the most important thing that we could do. It's the most effective thing that we could do, that any one of us could do, would be to reclaim our sovereignty. That would be the most effective thing that any one of us could do in our own personal lives. And the more of us that do it, you know, providing examples to other people. So what our issue is at the moment is there don't seem to be that very many people that have done it. There's lots of people that talk about it, but no one seems to have done it. So we need to go and do it. We need to at least try to do it, because that'll be the only way we'll find out if it's bollocks. What if it's not? If it is bollocks, all we've really done is wasted our time pursuing something that we truly believe might help. But it's got to hurt it's got to help a whole lot more than sitting here talking about the bullshit that they're putting on the televisions and the, you know, this theater that's playing out on the world stage, all getting distracted by this. Me sitting here all day watching YouTube videos, it just pissed me off because it just shows me how fucking stupid the rest of the world seems to be. And, you know, angry and frustrated at the fact that all of these, every single person, you know, from it's just every single person that seems to look like all they want to do is be on TV. It just makes me sick. I'm not doing what I'm doing because I want to be on TV or I want to be famous or anything like that. Absolutely don't want it. Me and Roxanne have said always, right from the beginning, that we're never going to get recognized for what we're doing, not in a good way. We're never going to get recognized for the good things that we do. So we're never going to be, you know, sharing truth and trying to wake people up. Nobody's going to congratulate us for it. Nobody's going to really thank us for it. It's just doing the right thing, even if nobody knows that you've done it. That's what it's about doing the right thing, even when nobody else knows that you've done it. I was talking to Nia earlier. He called me up for some advice. He wanted some advice because something's going on. And there's this convention that's being put together at the end of the month or something. And it's a flat earth convention, but they're billing themselves as the very first Israeli flat earth convention. But they're not. It's not, because Nia did the very first Israeli flat earth convention in 2019. And I remember him doing it. And one of the speakers at this convention at the end of this month was a speaker at Nia's convention in 2019, which was the first ever flat earth convention in Israel. But I said to Nia, because he's a little bit put out by it, and I said, but dude, no one's ever going to know what we've done. No. Other people are always going to claim credit for the things that we have done. And I've had that my whole life. I've had people claiming credit for things that I've done my entire life. But I used to get a lot more bent out of shape about it. I've got people claiming copyright ownership of songs and videos, music and videos that I've written. Now, I've produced the entire everything, music and the content of the video, everything's been 100% produced by me, but other people have claimed copyright ownership of it, and they're now monetizing my videos that I produced. I can't, I don't even bother getting bent out of shape about that, because I value my integrity, and anybody without any, I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for people that have no integrity. One of the most valuable things that a man can own is his integrity. Dopey Chris, how you doing? I don't think I've seen you in before. Ann Gaynor, how are you doing? Good to see you. You're in my 007 chat. If you want to come into, I've got, there's more people in my other chat room if you want to go in there. I don't know if you're joined to the Magic Treehouse, but there's this same stream. There's a link to this same stream. Oh, you can't stay around. No worries. No worries. Good people are ignored if you don't follow the agenda. Good people don't follow the agenda. Good people won't follow this agenda. And if they're following it, they're not good. And they're not fucking... Now, if they wake up and they stop following it, then they can say that they're good. But until they stop following it, they're not good. Yes, absolutely, mate. Pink was a boy's colour. Do you know, I would never have worn pink. Well, I say this, I wouldn't have worn pink, but I've got a feeling that I had some high-techs when I was a kid. I had these high-top high-techs with a massive, great big fluorescent tongue. And I think it was pink. Or it was red and then it turned pink. Scroll up or down to 2056, 57. Given the private secret trusts of the private central banks are created on false presumptions, when a man or woman makes clear their live-born record and claim over their own name, body, mind, and soul, any such trust based on such false presumptions ceases to have any property. Any administrator or executor that refuses to immediately dissolve the Sestuikevi trust upon a person establishing their status as and competency is guilty of fraud and fundamental breach of their fiduciary duties, requiring their immediate removal and punishment. So, I don't know how I'm going to go about doing it here in Tenerife. No. Is this country, it's not just, you know, it's part of Spain, but it's worse than Spain because it's this little island, and the governor of this little island thinks that he's fucking God or something, and all of the police, and they all, you know, they think, we're just this little island, we're a law unto ourselves. No, I don't know how I'll go about getting the required documents here. I don't know if I need to go back to the UK to do it. But I'm fucking up for that. If I have to go back to the UK to do it, that would be a reason for me to go back to the UK. The only other reason is to stop off and see my cousins, and to meet up with Leafy and and anybody else in the UK that wants to meet up before I fuck off to Ecuador. But I don't know if the Vatican is an authority on whether pink is for boys or girls, though. Because I mean, they're probably just not really. They don't feel they have any standing in the argument, and that's why they haven't replied. I don't think they will ever reply either. If I'm struggling for money, I could always apply for an acting job in the reboot of Benidorm. Dude, why would I want to go and apply to be an actor? I have to be surrounded by those. Oh, God. Where are they filming Benidorm? Are they filming it here in Tenerife? But yeah, Lizzo, they're not, I don't think they're ever going to reply. They won't say a fucking word. We have to show that we're competent, right? That we're considered idiots because we just don't know what to do. And yeah, okay, they've hidden it. They've hidden it what it is we're supposed to do, but they haven't hidden it beyond finding. They haven't, it's not impossible to find. It just means we need to be capable and competent. So the post thing, Squirrel, there's the postal mechanics thing. Do you know about postal mechanics? Benidorm was filmed in Whitley Bay. Yeah, I'm in Tenerife, mate. I'm all the way over here in Tenerife, and I don't know for how much longer. But... So just imagine that, like, all we have to do is get this proof of life, basically. A proper documented proof of life with our autograph on it and everything. The postal mechanics of the documents, so that we're the postmaster general of our own documents. So to even touch them, like to touch or alter those documents in any way is one of the worst crimes that there is. Right, mail fraud. Mail fraud in the US is extremely serious. It's extremely serious in the UK as well. Whitley beer. Go to Whitley beer. That's my Newcastle accent, that is. What a golden beer, mate. It's a canny beer. Catherine O'Connell, how you doing? You're right. So, man, who's with me? Who's up for this? It's well, if it's that simple, man. It really is that simple. And we're just a bunch of fucking idiots for not getting on it, sorting it out, presenting ourselves. reclaiming our sovereignty, presenting ourselves as competent, capable men and women. And then they have to rip up their SES2KV, and we actually, I don't know how much money it is that we have access to, right? But I'm pretty sure that this trust is for all of us, and it's basically the wealth of certainly the wealth of the UK. All of the money, the 400 million that Charles III, sorry, not my King Charles III, has just inherited tax-free 400 million. You or me or anybody else has to pay 40% inheritance tax for anything over 100 grand or whatever it is. So for 399.9 thousand pounds, we'd be taxed 40%. He's got it tax free. Do you know why? Because he's a capable, competent man who's operating in all three spheres of the law. There's King Charles III, the corporate fiction, and then there's fucking Charlie Boy, the living man. I say we fucking sort this shit out and go and get ourselves proof of life certificates, present ourselves as alive, and get all their claims of our wealth. Chris, I've got the worst Newcastle accent ever. It's one I cannot do. I can do Scottish and Liverpool and even Manchester, but not Newcastle. And it's one of the best. It's one of the best accents out there. We need to sort it out, man. We really need to go, and it's the most important thing that any one of us could do. Reclaim our sovereignty. Have the SES2KV on us torn up, thrown out, and any claims to any of our fucking inheritance taken away from these government hacks. Just had a neighbour's relative come by and he is vexed, and I feel a dark presence here. They're nothing, Sherry. They have no authority. Whether they're physical or not, they have no authority. We do. I think Vatican City within a city, I said this before, I think this whole thing about the church, the Vatican getting all of its assets into the Vatican Church, I think the assets are us. So I think what they were really saying was, we want all the birth certificates of everybody born to date in the Vatican where they're supposed to be, and they keep them for 7 years and then they sell them on the stock market. Neil, how you doing, mate? I see what you're saying, right? But unfortunately, There's a law here. There's the law. There's the law of the land that you're on. Whatever administration it is that's implementing the law or laws. There's law. There's legal and illegal, lawful and unlawful. Legal is anything written down. Lawful is the other thing. But I completely get where you're coming from, but we need a certificate. We need that piece of paper so that when they do drag you into court, they haven't got a leg to stand on. They haven't got a bloody leg to stand on. And the judge in the court will immediately recognize if you go in and use the correct language, when you speak in the correct way, and you say the correct things, and you have your little piece of paper, proof of life, with the full postal mechanics done, so you are the postmaster general of that document. They haven't got a leg to stand on. And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, case closed, court adjourned, or court closed, session closed, go, see you later. Because he's not even allowed to speak to you, really, because you're a higher authority than he is. No, exactly. Just because something's legal doesn't make it right. Legal has got nothing to do with lawful. Legal is if I become Prime Minister and decree everyone named Rich gets a weekly bumming. Have you seen in the Ukraine, they're advertising for this huge orgy. If World War III breaks out, nuclear war breaks out, they're all going to go to this hill where Elon Musk is persona non grata, and they're all going to have an orgy. But do you know what the codes are? It's something like, now, it might not be this, but it is something like this. If you have one stripe on your hand, then you're up for butt sex. And if you have two stripes on your hand, you're up for oral sex. That's the only two forms of sex that will be had on this hill. Butt sex and oral sex. I wonder who they're gearing this little event towards, this big monumental orgy on the hill, where there's only going to be butt sex and oral sex. I wasn't aware that all women in the Ukraine only wanted to have butt sex now. Yes, mate. Well, I don't know if we'll be able to do it quite like that, but what would be really good is if I'm coming back to the UK, if me and Leafy and whoever else wants to join in, we sort it out, we organize it, you know, to go and get the right signatures in the right places. There's a document at the end, a PDF document that this guy Kingdom of Pineal shows at the end of his video, and it looks legit. It does look legit, man. And that's the proof of life thing that he shows at the end. But if we, it would be good if like more than one of us did it and made a video about it and then did a live mass, like a mass education show where we basically show everybody that we've done it. High heels Zelensky. Yeah. The Neil, the whole point of this thing is to say it prove, if you have the proof of life, it proves that you are not bound. Right? You're not bound by anybody. You're not kept by anybody. You are your own keeper, responsible for your own actions. But you're your own keeper. And you present yourself. The Queen being dead, right? I watched somebody else talking about this today, I think it was. Forget who it was talking about it. It might have been Hugo. Hugo Talks. And he suggested what me and Rox have already stated, that the Queen did not die on the 8th. She didn't die on the 8th of she died. If she didn't die in 2020, she died a day before or a couple of days before or something. Exactly, Lee. Exactly. And that's all a trick. The thing is, because as soon as you register the car, it's a trick. Pretty much everything that they're doing, everything that they say, all of the laws, it's all a scam. It's all a fucking scam. And they're all complicit. Just JP, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. So there's a prophecy, I forget where it comes from, but there's a prophecy that whoever's in power in America at the end of this year will be removed. And King Charles will step down. That'd be quite cool. Plane Drifter, the thing is, DVLC, where's that? DVLA in the UK, isn't it? Where's DVLC? Where are you? What's that? Coroner is the highest lawyer. Notify local coroner you are living. Yeah, so I was thinking that one of the signatures has to be a coroner. I used to live next door but one to the Berkshire coroner. Charles Hoyle, his name was. He was the Berkshire coroner. I think he's dead now. And we haven't lived there since, well, I haven't lived there since 1999. Yeah. Anything registered is not owned. You're signing over ownership to whoever you register it to. He's not officially king until next year. They're not crowning him until 2023, which is why I think there might be something in it that he'll step down before. That's a good point, Plane Drifter. That is a very good point. There was I've actually, it's on my, it was on my 007 channel. It might be on Odyssey if it got picked up by Odyssey, because I'd linked the channel. If it got picked up by Odyssey, it would be on my Odyssey channel. But I interviewed, well, I didn't interview, I had a chat with in the weed calf, and put my Tascam on the table and recorded a conversation with a coroner from the UK who, from 2020, in October 2020, he was telling me that he hadn't had a single death from the flu. From it, basically that everything, all of the deaths that he was dealing with were all signed off on their death certificates as that thing, that bullshit thing. Not like old Charlie boys, I hope. Plain, not like Charlie boys, sausage fingers, I hope. I'd like to think it's all over for royalty. I'd definitely like to think that it's all over for them. It's not going to be something that happens that quickly. I think it's going to take a little while longer, I think. They were all told, man. They were all told. They're all complicit. You people driving your cars and your fancy private yachts and your and flying in your private jets like we do. You're the reason that my fingers look like sausages. So nobody wanted to join me, man. Nobody wanted to join me. Put the link in again. So I'll say it again. The most important thing that any one of us can do is to find out if this Sister EKB thing, this proof of life, see if it's for real. It's the only way we're going to find out is if we try. The royals are, yeah, they're claiming because we're all idiots or stupid or lost at sea or dead or burned up in the Great Fire of London or whatever. They're just claiming what is ours and living, sitting pretty on it. Like Buckingham Palace, Blenheim Palace, Balmoral, all of it, everywhere. I don't think that any English people should try and lay claim to anything outside of England, but the wealth of England should be divided up amongst the men and women of England. Not sure what they'll tell you. Right? If you think about it, pretty much anywhere you go and anyone you ask will be ignorant to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing the job that they're doing. Because if they weren't ignorant to it, they wouldn't need to be doing that job. So I think that might be a waste of time, if I'm honest. I don't think it's information that's going to be readily available for anyone. I think we're going to have to prove ourselves capable. Try and join again, Lizzo. Go on then, Alex. The link's there for anyone who wants to join. Otherwise, I'm probably going to shut up shop. Yeah, you're right. Better start somewhere. It can't hurt. It can't hurt. But I would suggest people getting in touch with their local coroner. That's what I would suggest as a local coroner. But maybe not, like, so we don't want to give anybody the heads up what we're doing when we're doing it. It's not the wrong link. Invite, copy link. Oh, it was the wrong link. Huh. It was a YouTube link. Here we go.
That worked.
All right.
Hello.
How you doing?
I hope you don't get feedback.
No, you're all right.
Is that right?
Well, I've got a little echo then, but
I think I've got a delay on. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Cool. I'll only stay until Squirrel comes on, yeah?
You can stay on when Squirrel comes on if you want. You don't have to go anywhere.
That's true. Cool.
Is that Madonna behind you? Or
it's one of my puppets.
No. The picture. The picture. Other side.
No, that's a film I was. That's that film I was in by Stephen Dwoskin called Pain.
Is that you?
Yeah, years ago. Back when Lizzo was a tranny.
Marilyn Monroe. That's what I was. I was thinking it's either Madonna or Marilyn Monroe.
That's when I had teeth.
Yeah, that's what you look like.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing, mate?
I'm okay. Just chilled. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I made a little bunker indoors for when the winter comes, like a den, so I can keep it hot. I save on the electric fuel bills. You know.
So if you've got a spare duvet or a blanket or something, if you've got, unless you've got curtains, obviously, if you've got not good thick curtains, because the windows are really bad.
We used to make dens when we were little, like against the wall, 2 walls, and then you just like, this is like little dugout. Hi, Pushkin.
The windows. Here we go. Oh, you're gonna have to turn the TV down, Alex.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, this is like.
So, Catherine, you and a few other guys sent your local coroner paperwork signed by all of you. Right, yeah, that's the thing. I don't think that's enough to just write to the coroner and say, and so it's not your signature, it's your autograph. You have to put your autograph on there, and your autograph is your thumbprint. And it has to be in a specific place. And then to get the postal mechanics, you use a stamp with the Queen's head on it, top left hand or center, and then, well, basically the start of the page and the end of the document, start of the document and the end of the document. So I have to check, but I think like if you've got a certificate, then top left hand corner, bottom right hand corner, and you write your natural name or whatever it's your what your name is, full colon, like for me be full colon hyphen Keith full colon Avery. You print that. You don't do it in joined up writing. It has to be printed. You print your name and you put your thumbprint sort of halfway across the stamp and half on the letter, and then you have to have it stamped by I think you have to have it stamped by a post office. You get them to cancel the stamps that you've used with the post office stamp, and then well, maybe you don't need the post office stamp for that. But this is why, like, I still haven't got enough information about it.
Richie, do we know anybody at all within the communities that has actually done that? I mean, I know Aqua from Penal Foundation talks about it and says he's getting anybody who
the Kingdom of Pineal.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah.
Did you come across him anyway, or is that from what?
Well, I downloaded his manifesto about 4 months ago, and I was sort of writing to them. And as I said the other week, the only reason I don't want to go there yet is until I get my implants removed, because I don't want to, as I said, I don't want to walk around where there's children and I bring my shit into their little heaven, you know. And then it'd be okay, but again, I've even been tempted this week to rewrite to them, but I don't know. I think your little place in that you're doing in
Ecuador.
Thank you. Ecuador sounds a little bit more realistic for my
the weather's a lot better. The weather's a lot nicer because we're closer to the equator.
I just want.
So, because his presentation,
no one's proven it yet. I've not seen anyone say, "Here's the document," you know. And so I see a bit of a, you know, is it a way of catching names that are interested in it? You know, if you do apply for it, are you one of the 144,000? You know, whatever that magical number is. I'd like to see someone say, "I've done it, and here's the proof," before I do it, you know, properly. Yeah.
I've heard so many different versions of how to do it that it's like, which one would you go for, or would you just do all the versions?
Yeah.
There's one with it's got to be printed on blue paper. There's one it's got to have, you know, your blood print, and then it's got to have your autograph, and then it's got to have something else on top of it. And you know what you've got to write is this thing for this group or this
The
thing.
blue,
there's no
the blue paper thing. I heard that from Lawful Rebellion and Debts. He talked
But
about
I think
it's blue paper.
It is a good time, though. I mean, I did say in writing in conversation chat just now that we should try and get a show where we really discuss this fully and bring it to the table, you know, and get everybody, you know, on board and see what we can come up with, because we're only hearing sporadic things. We really need to nail this thing, you know.
Yeah.
I heard that you can only really do it if you've got a lawsuit currently, but I don't know. I mean, I'm a complete novice at this sort of thing, but I heard that if you have a lawsuit going, then if you declare living status, then that's like, it might be a start. I don't know. I've got a lawsuit at the moment.
It's like,
and the first thing I wrote is I'm a living woman.
It's like somebody just put up on the writing there about the signature on the Queen's head or something, but we haven't got a Queen. I've officially got a king. Not that I don't really like talking about them live, really. You know?
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters.
Yeah.
No, it's because it's still legal tender.
And if it's a universal law across the plane, then
international, yeah,
an international law, then it has to come from God. If otherwise, you know, who's higher than him, you know? So are these people if they made this rule, they've taken the law into their own hands. So if we agree to doing this, then we're admitting we are a slave. If we agree to sign this and apply for it, we're virtually saying, well, I'm a slave, I want out. So we're actually agreeing we are.
Well.
Yeah, but then you'd have to get you'd have to get your paper in order for that anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That guy,
Aqua.
Observation deck. The guy on observation deck. He was saying about how it's a good thing to know all of it, so that you can use any of it for how you would want to use it.
Yeah.
About
like a toolbox. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I understand nothing. I understand everything. I understand what I need to understand, or I'm just on a standby. But I will never understand anything.
Yeah.
And do you remember in Big Bang Theory when Sheldon was asked if he had to be a slave, would he want to be a field slave or a house slave? And he was like, I'll be a pet because I don't mind getting my belly rubbed. So I've kind of been on the Sheldon side of things for a while, but you know.
Look, I'm under the mental health in this country in the UK, and under their benefit system through my mental health. So even by accepting their payments, I'm kind of admitting that I'm owned by them.
You're a ward of the state.
Yeah, so I'm owned anyway. I'm their bitch, you know.
So the moment you declare yourself living, present yourself as living, you'll lose all entitlement. But will you? Because see, the thing is, the way it stands legally, there's 3 spheres of law, aren't there? There's natural law, common law, natural law. Fucking hell, help me out. My brain's gone blank.
Is it natural, common, and maritime?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and you can operate in all 3 spheres if you do it right, because that's what they're doing. That's how they're getting away with what they're getting away with, because they're operating in all 3 spheres of the law. When they need to be their straw man, they're their straw man. When they want to claim rights to anything, they're living. They're playing this system like professionals, as they are. They fucking wrote it. They wrote this system, didn't they? They came up with it.
Yeah, there's always a get out of jail free card, but there's also
right,
every
and that
time there's like a rope, you can either use it to hang yourself or hang them.
yeah.
I've been
The thing is,
using the rope to hang them. They're working for me. They don't like it. I'm a single disabled mother on benefits on paper.
yeah.
Yeah. But you know, I keep saying to everyone, you work for me. I don't work for you. Clues in your name, you're public servant. The clues in my name, I'm freed. So
and I'm grateful they've looked after me for 20 odd years. I mean, like, they know I can't go out and they know how screwed up I am, but every day I'm getting stronger and stronger, and I want out and out. And eventually I don't care if I become super tramp and live out there, but if I live out as super tramp out in Britain on the street, I'm pretty sure I could do all right. But they're only going to have me for vagrancy and drag me back in, so I'll be.
no, but if you're going to get you have to get your Sestakv trust, because your national insurance number, along with something else, is floated on the stock market. So you are worth billions.
Oh,
you're
billions.
So you're worth hundreds of
is,
millions.
Pardon?
You're worth certainly hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
Certainly.
So what I'm also wondering is that if with trust, then is it just for you that trust money, or would you be the beneficiary of the trust of your parents if they died?
I think the way it works is everything in it's your bloodline. So your family.
Well, if it's bloodline, I'm the richest. I'm as rich as the Queen. Because I've got a lot of dead relatives, and I've just got this very weird feeling that that's why I'm ill, so I can do this. Because if I had legs and I could use them, I'd be too busy doing something else.
So to slow you down, to give you the time to do.
Yeah. And that's why I find myself in exactly the same situation. The coincidences is too much, as I was when I had my bigger boutique boarding house. I've got the same issues. It's a blue house again. Landlady cut down a tree. The last landlady cut down a fruit tree, both Jewish. It says in Torah, never cut down a fruit tree because the moan will be heard by all trees all over the world. And, there's just too many coincidences. So I'm thinking, this is why I'm ill, so that I can do this. Because if I was well, I wouldn't be able to, because I'd be too busy being well.
I kind of get that. Yeah.
Have a great dinner, Catherine. Hope you enjoy your dinner, babe.
They do say the Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. I mean, it's just getting mysteriouser and mysteriouser. Curiouser and curiouser, said Alice. Never mind Alice.
Well, it's like I said yesterday, I forget when and who to, but I said yesterday, we are all, I think I said it to M in the treehouse, we are all where we are meant to be. Everything that's happened was to put us where we are now.
Yeah, that's why we're all coming together.
Yeah.
Because there would have been no reason to if it hadn't have been for this.
No.
Yeah. So I'm not even, let them have their pandemic, scandemic, whatever they want to call it. Anyone wants to call it. I don't really care. I just see it as, everyone's really, really busy and really, really distracted, but we're kind of not. So let the distracted remain distracted for the time being, because we need to remain undistracted to make sure that we are on
communicating.
Yeah.
To make sure we've got our eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Make sure we've got our eye on the ball and not because it is a game we're playing. So
Play on, player.
and the ball is in our court.
Yeah.
No, the ball is in our court. It's up to us to go and.
Yeah. We've got to hunt the ball. We've got to run for the ball. I ain't running. I'm staggering. Never mind running.
Is it Daryl or Darren? But how are you doing, mate? Sorry about that. DN's still in hospital. I'm sorry to hear that. Send him my love, man.
But
Tell
you know,
him.
if DN hadn't been in hospital, we wouldn't have met Darren.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I said to Darren rather the other day, you know, as a parent, I mean, obviously you're not a parent yet, Rich. I am. As a parent, we always want to brag on our kids. Yeah.
I've got a little boy over here.
Oh, okay.
It's my little boy. It's not really much of a parent. It's the closest thing I'll get to it.
Well,
yeah.
But you know, I'm sure that someone's going to snatch you up, hon. But as a parent, we always want to brag on our kids. And DN, he's got a boy to brag on. Darren's fabulous. And how would it come across Darren if it hadn't have been for DN being ill? There would have been no need. So his father is literally making an ultimate sacrifice in order to make sure that his son's with the right crowd. And I admire him immensely for that.
Sweet.
You know, even if he's just going to be for a few weeks or, you know, whatever happens, you know, God love you, DN. You've done an amazing job.
How old are you, Darren? Because it'd just be brilliant. I imagine if what we're saying, I don't know if you've come in and you've missed sort of what we were talking about, but this idea that we can that all we have to do is present ourselves as competent, capable, living men and women by, you know, getting a certificate or something signed from a coroner. I think you have to have either 2 or 3 signatures on it. I think it's 3, including your own. You have to get 2 other people to sign it, one of which has to be a coroner. And, you know, presents you as alive. Oh, can a notary do it? Maybe it needs to be coroner and a notary.
But why would a coroner say that you're alive? Coroners deal with death, don't they?
Yeah, but they can. They're sort of they've got the most authority out of the lawyers, out of the representatives.
What the bloody hell does what does death mean then? Because we know we're alive. If they're classing us as dead, what the hell does that mean? We obviously don't know what the word means.
Well, it means incapable, really, doesn't it? If you're dead, you're not capable of doing anything. How can you be capable of managing an estate if you're dead?
I don't get this dead thing. I don't get this.
It's a word. They've done the same thing with the language. You know, it's the trick they've played with the language, with the words. And so they say that this thing means this thing. Being dead means that you are not alive, you are not breathing, you're not capable of thinking or making rational decisions because you're dead.
Alive, breathing.
How does the average Joe understand this? You know, I have some problems.
That's the whole point, though, dude.
Gee.
That's the whole point, is that we're not meant to. We are idiots. We're all idiots.
Why be so bloody cruel?
In Hebrew, there's no vowels. There's no A-I-O-U. You have to make it up, or you have to decide what it is when you do.
Oh yeah, they're interchangeable.
Yeah. So adults are adult. If you're an adult, you're adult. That's why you should never say you're an adult. just always say I'm a grown person, or no,
I'm a grown man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, grown woman.
I'm proud to be a man now. It's taken some years, but I'm proud.
I love saying that to the council. Oh, so much fun. They get very nervous. So many, 3 of them have left already in dealing with me. 3. That's much of a coincidence that 3 have left.
Wow.
3 whats have left?
3 council workers have left since I've been with them. They keep changing the names, and every time they
get down
or they try to do something, they try it really, and they get a rebuff very quickly from me. And they skedaddle off with their tails between their legs, whippersnappers. So living in their mother's back.
Well, unfortunately, in this day and age, we can't really single people out for that, because I think so many people will have gone back to their parents because they can't afford to live, you know, especially in the UK.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. You know, they keep saying about, oh, we need to build more homes, but we've got so many absolutely fabulous empty
They
properties.
want to build homes. Oh yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
And that's the whole point of the boutique boarding house, is so that these amazing homes can be inhabited.
Yeah.
And people can live their best lives within them and be supported in doing so, because not everyone's good at everything. You see, when you said about the Ecuador thing, about everyone's going to have the opportunity for rulership, I was like, oh God. Really?
No, it's not an opportunity for rulership. That's not that. No. You've got completely wrong end of the stick.
Dictatorship, having been there, done that, bought the T-shirt, felt the aura.
There's no dictatorship. There's no dictatorship. I don't know where you're getting that from. No, there's a council.
No.
There's a council that's make decisions. And like, you know, when we get there, when we first get there, the council will be the people that are there.
This is the whole problem with democracy, because if you're a good enough leader, people will
No, democracy is bullshit.
Fleece them, rinse them, or otherwise.
Democracy is bullshit.
Pardon?
Democracy is a lie.
It's a dictatorship. And if you're a good dictator, then people won't worry about it, because they, you know, what do you want? You know, in my benign.
I mean, a dictatorship means one leader.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right. So there's not going to be one leader.
Other people who are conciliaries, and it doesn't mean that you have that one leader. Everybody in my benign dictatorship was very, very happy when I said, shall I get us a big paddling pool and create a mini Marbella in the back garden? And would you like blow up toys? And what would you like? A unicorn, a shark, a swan? And they were like, oh, wow, yeah, we'd love it. No complaints. I live with over 100 people, young people, difficult young people, fusspots in the main, because it was such a beautiful house. And I only had like 4 people who were like naughty enough that had to be given enough rope to hang themselves. Everybody else who had enough rope, they made themselves a fruit basket or something delightful and delicious for the house. And it was a benign dictatorship. I'm very, very benign person. But I was velvet.
I would say you're very dictatorial, but
I am.
It was more of a governorship, though, wasn't it? It was more. You were more of a governor.
We can get lost in the words of it. Yeah, one can say governorship, one can say benign dictatorship. You could call it a magic tree house, or it can be called a boutique boarding house, or anything under the sun. It really doesn't matter. The point is that I know how to do it.
Right. But the point is that me, Kevin, and Sarah have stated specifically that it's not going to be like that. It's not going to be like that. The people that, like the community, if it grows to be a community, let's say, you know, we got 30 people living there.
It'll have to be like that, because you can't have 30 people chattering.
There will be 5 people that sit on a council and make decisions. And 2 of those places will be
Why 5?
like,
Why 5 and not 6 or 3?
because of Fibonacci, because of the Fibonacci sequence, because groups work better in certain numbers. So having a group of 6, you can't make any decisions. Can't make any decisions in a group of 6.
But the Fibonacci starts with 1. It all starts with 1. You can have
plus,
5, you know,
plus 1, and then you have 2. And then having 3 people or 2 people govern. If you're in a small group of 3 or 4 people, then you should be able to exist without one of those people being a dictator to the other 3. You should be able to live in symbiotic kind of
people like leaders.
I like the way the native Indian, I mean, we see it in movies. I know it's movie talk, but you always have the elder, the wise man, you know. I like those.
That's how I see it. I see it as being elders. Like in 50 years' time, the people that sit on the council will be the elders.
And that,
but what
listen to them.
Say again.
If there are, they don't have to be able. If they are wise enough, people will listen to them. You know, it's we don't want to build communes based on political things that have been working and entrapping us. You know,
no,
exactly.
It's got to be.
And when you have a benign dictatorship, you don't really have that problem. Because it's not like, you know, you have one of the ruler and everyone else just to do as they're told. That doesn't work like that. That's not realistic. I mean, the Oralinda, the book that Campbell was starting to read, you know, I don't know if he finished it.
That's like the old caste system.
Exactly.
It's the original caste system.
Yeah. But you know, caste can be, you know, you can change your caste. You know, you wouldn't put the idiot,
but only through achievement.
Of the caste only that was stupid.
Only through progression and achievement.
Wise, like in being there with Peter Sellers, you know, then they get to be the leader.
Yeah, you only change your caste through achievements and accomplishments and doing things. So you have a family, and that you change, your caste changes because you've had if you have a family and you're responsible for the family.
It's the same
with lifted up.
You can't be a rabbi unless you have children and married. It's just not possible. You have to be married and have children.
So it used in the Indian terms, it was like you'd be a Haraja, and then you have a son or a daughter, you have a child, and then because of that you become Maharaja. That's how the caste system used to work in India. Before the English fucked it all up. I'm going to
follow a man who knows how to irrigate land, to plant trees, to build a hut. I'd follow him. I'd listen to him all day. If he's teaching me or my children, if I had them, these things, I'd listen to him all day. But I'm not going to listen to some ass who's going to sit in the corner and slump and say, I'm in charge, everyone else do this and that.
Yeah.
You need a board.
The benign dictator would never do that.
Mm-hmm.
You'd need a board of figures that have the equal amount of skill sets that they can introduce, which have been tried and tested. And that's, you know,
skill set. You know,
it's experience.
It's experience, yeah. It's experience. There's no point having someone talk about children who's never had a child.
Yeah,
you know, that's just ridiculous. Yeah. But the MPs can seem to swap and change by the decision of the Prime Minister, and 1 minute you could be a secretary and the next minute you can be an accountant.
Yeah, but even with children, that doesn't take away from people having, you know, a really fabulous overflow of a maternal or a parenting spirit, just because they have.
Yes, no, absolutely. But they'd have their input.
Exactly. You see, now when I was running my boutique boarding house, even though I was the benign dictator, I had consiglieres. The man that I'm with, he's a very black man, And I would always ask him as to, what do you think? And if he told me to do something or to not do it, I did it. Whatever crumb he dropped, I will pick it up and run with it.
Well, that's why
Because
you have spies on the ground. I mean, that's the whole point.
And because every
you
single
know,
person in the boutique boarding house loved him.
yeah,
He was like,
because
you know,
they know that whatever they say to him is going to end up going back to you, and it's going to materialize. You know, that's you know.
Or when they
to that-
say to me, I can say, go and ask Mark. If Mark says you can have it, I'll get it for you tomorrow. And then they
Yeah.
would have to go and ask Mark, can I have this? And Mark would just start crying silent tears of laughter, his shoulders shaking. And they would know that that was not an option. Don't even ask. Go back to your bunk, whatever you're doing, and think of something new. And it was just a very, very quick and efficient way. And that's why it runs so beautifully. And that was the reason why I take it as the biggest compliment that I got pirate invaded, because I did, by people who are jealous.
Yeah, well, that's all it is.
You know, how
Because
can a
you
single
found something that
disabled
worked.
woman have a house this big and run a crew this tight? And
Yeah.
even when I went to other forums to ask advice, because there was no lawyer, no barrister, no legal, you know, people like, go and speak to Shelter. It's like, oh, what's the point? You know, I'm speaking to someone who's got less intelligence than me. So why would I waste my time doing that? And the fact that I got pirate invaded, even though it was a thoroughly unpleasant experience to be disabled and have a pirate raid on your home, yeah, I survived it. I'm still ABC, and nice try but no cigar to those little bastards who try to do what they do. But you know, thanks for the compliment, because it just shows me that.
What do you mean?
I
What
will
do you
not
mean?
be
on point, aren't
You
you?
got pirate raided. What do you mean you got pirate raided?
I was evicted.
Right.
And, you know, the landlady sent round with all her friends and everything, you know, to, you know, come and try and pick over, you know, my ship. And she's got my stuff, and it's advertised, you know, in her advertisements of the property. My stuff is there, you know, making her property look even more glorious. But it's mine. And, you know, I see that as the biggest compliment, that I was that good. It was that brilliant that you want to raid me. Okay. Go for it.
Is that the lawsuit that you've got going?
Oh, no, that's the one before, which on paper I lost, but in reality I won. You know, because what's written on paper is, you know, but what's in reality is, you know, real.
Well, what's written on paper is legal.
2 seconds. I just got to check on the dog.
Even if it's unfair, it's legal.
I don't care if it's unfair. This is, you know, the fairground, fair play, airplane, fair airfare, train fare, bus fare. Those are the only fares in life, or the fairground. And, you know, welcome to the fairground. You know, because if she won on paper, that was a big loss, you know, because the winners have to pay for the war, right? Losers don't pay for the war. The winners pay. Losers don't pay anything. That's how you know who won the war, who's got to pay. I didn't pay. I haven't paid a penny. She paid everything. It cost her,
I mean,
hundreds of thousands of pounds to, you know.
The people in Germany would probably dispute that.
Well, that's the people that Germany lost.
Well, we lost, but we're paying for it.
That's what you think. Yeah.
No, we lost.
They
the
had a
people
fight
lost.
on stage.
The
and
people lost.
The same people benefited as always benefit. And you want to watch it like it's a tennis game. If this side won or this side lost, and it's not.
No, no. They're playing around with our money and our land and our fucking wealth, our inheritance, and we're paying for it over and over and over again. And we keep paying into the fucking trust.
Are you paying for it?
Oh,
exactly.
I wouldn't say I'm paying now, no. Although,
I'm not paying for it either. So when we're using the we,
no, you could say we're paying for it. It's the royal we. It's the royal we, and we are paying for it because
Well,
we
I'm
don't
not.
have any
So that
fucking
I'm not
rights.
part of that we.
Okay, are you?
And
Are
neither
you?
are
Do you?
you.
Have you torn up? Have you torn
And
up your
neither
cess to
is.
EKV? Have you torn up your cess to EKV? Have you claimed,
Doesn't
declared
make a
yourself as
difference.
alive and
Doesn't
competent?
matter. That's not the
No,
point.
so you're paying for it.
No, I'm not.
You are paying. Yeah, you are
How?
out of your inheritance, out of the trust. It's you. You might not have ever
matter. I
seen
don't
any of
care.
that money, but it's still your money, and you're still paying for it out of it.
No, I'm not.
This money that you're getting on benefits is coming out of your trust. It was your money anyway.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's coming out of the taxpayers' money.
Well, it's coming out. Yeah, that's what they say, because the taxpayers' money is going into the trust.
No, it's
Taxpayers'
not. Well,
money is going into the trust.
I don't know where the taxpayers' money is going, but I know it's not going to the taxpayer.
No, it's going into the trust.
Yeah,
it's going into
trust,
the
isn't
trust.
It's the same place where interest goes. You know,
yeah,
it's the same place.
I have no interest, so I'm not interested.
Yeah, exactly. I'm certainly not interested in interest.
So
The trust is
I
our.
have
Is
to
our.
figure out how to
Our
get
trust
myself out of this mess.
is our trust that we've been tricked into paying into continuously. Is our trust, but the trust exists, and without the money that we're paying into it, the trust exists. So technically, you are paying for it. We,
But is that
we,
really
are paying for it.
money? Because what is money? You know, is a promissory note. If you're
I'm talking about
shit.
wealth, not money. I'm not
But
talking about
is
money.
it gold?
I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about wealth.
Well, but then
It's
that's
leverage
got to do with money.
to whatever gets thrown at you is being able to throw back at them. You know,
but I can do that as a single disabled mother on benefits. I don't need money to do it. I just need to have the right state of mind.
How far have you got?
In what?
Do you have everything that you want?
No.
Do you have everything that you need?
I'm halfway there.
Do you have everything that you need?
Yes. Absolutely.
Do you have everything that you're entitled to?
No.
Right. So you're in the same boat as all of us then?
I mean, I think we're all in the boat. You know.
We're all in the same boat.
Thoughts. No.
We're all in the same boat.
Some
Some of us are in different positions. Some of us are in different positions in that boat, but we're all in the same fucking boat.
Yeah,
Some of us
I'm
are right down in the hole,
like a bloody
right
man.
down in the basement of the fucking boat, right in the hole, with the water sloshing up around our fucking throats here, like trying not to drown. Other people are sat just above the water, and other people are sat up on the fucking top deck. But we're all in the same boat.
Yeah, but if we're going to use a boat analysis, you know, there's always a woman on the front of a boat. You know, there was always a mermaid.
Technically,
and I'm that female. I'll be at the front of the boat.
Technically, we're all ships.
Yeah, so I'm the woman on the front
ships.
of it. I'm getting sloshed about in the water. I'm very, very slippery at the moment and very, very unbalanced. But, you know, and it's not plain sailing, most definitely not. But I'm still ABC.
I don't know what
and
that
I will walk
is,
around,
ABC.
you know, physical all around that boat and see what it is and where it is. And I will make sure that that boat is going exactly where I want it to go.
Is it?
And go through the Charybdis and the Scylla, because one eviction was a
Is
Charybdis
it?
Scylla.
Is
Yeah.
the boat going where you want it to go?
Yeah.
Is it going in the direction you want it to go?
Definitely. Because I've been through Charybdis and Scylla on my boat, and I've managed, you know, in spite of my terrible health and the sun, everything else I've had to deal with, I've managed to remain alive, breathing, and conscious. I'm ABC still. So yeah, you know, there's choppy water, you know, there's a Charybdis and Scylla, a whirlpool, and sea monsters everywhere. But you know, we'll keep chugging through until we get to the correct destination. Because if all roads lead to Rome, and this is what I always say, if all roads or whatever lead to Rome, they also lead home. So I'm going home, metaphorically.
I would say if they all lead to Rome, they all lead away from it as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've just said.
Yeah.
You know, if they all lead to Rome, then all roads must lead home too. And I'm going home.
Listen, I'm gonna have to just take the dogs out quickly. If you guys wanna keep chatting, then I'll keep the stream.
Find something to talk about.
Is Squirrel coming on? Where is he? Oh, there you are.
I am here. Yeah, for some reason my phone just was playing up and it wouldn't allow me to do anything. And then all of a sudden I wasn't on.
Isn't it mad and coincidental that you and me have worked on the same street?
I know, and playing Drifter as well.
I know.
Crazy. When were you?
Somebody else was saying it as well.
Hang on a sec. Do me a favor while I'm out. Just keep
Check on the door. Yeah.
Just keep an eye on my door. All right.
Yeah. Move the camera. Stick it on there. So yeah, whereabouts? When were you working in Wardour Street?
Oh God, I'm really so bad with dates. I would have been about
90s.
Yeah, it would have been the 90s.
In the 90s. Yeah.
I had my son in 2000s, so it would have been the 90s.
Yeah, I went to Australia when I was 17, out there for a year, and then I came back in 92, and I was working in Soho for about 7 years. Yeah. Wardour Street. I had to know every single back mews and little lane and little markets, and being a runner, you got kind of, you're a gopher, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I was in theatre. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd done dog
And it's
my way.
certainly just, but it was a dog eat dog, you know. I learned straight away it's a dog eat dog world, and I made some amazing friends, and you had to shit on them, you know. And over 7 years, I ended up being shit on by someone who I thought was a mate, you know. And I just had enough, you know. Realised I'm being abused by a large corporation, you know, and they were getting so much out of me, and I was getting fuck all. I was just getting experience, you know, and they were using that because I was young.
Of
But
course.
they had many hours out of me. Many hours.
Use your energy. You know, that's why people say, "Oh, youth is wasted on the young," and I'm like, no, let them have it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's what they're there for. You know, when I was young, you know, my first ever relationship, I remember, you know, I had to every weekend, I would have to do all the ironing for the whole family. Ugh. I know I don't iron anything. I hate. I dry everything flat.
You've gone past that.
Exactly. But then I was like 15, 16. But even though I really hated it at the time, having to do all the ironing for this they were a big Irish family.
Yeah.
All ironing every weekend. I so appreciate everything that I was taught by the mother and the father.
Yeah, because it puts you in you know.
They're like amazing. I'm so grateful to them. I think about them all the time, and just every time I'm like, thank you, because they were really hard on me, but I really needed it.
Most of the things, when you think back, you know, you think you had a hard time. In fact, you know, it was the complete opposite. You made it into a hard time yourself, you know, because everything is a learning. Everything's, you know,
builds up on the way.
But also, all our hard times have brought us together.
Yeah.
I mean, how amazing is that? You know, we've gone full circle in the tourist field of life, you know, even though we've been far apart and been, you know, lost at sea and all these different things, we always come back together. We're like the Iron Giant. Doesn't matter if they blow us up and put us in different places, continents, different parts of the world, we'll always come back together.
Exactly.
We're magnetically attracted to each other.
Well, it's what fractals are, you know.
Come back
We're all
together.
fractals.
Yeah. We'll always come back together. And, you know, it's written, apparently. And it doesn't matter whether it's true or it's not true. The fact that it's written and people think it's written and true, it's going to be written and true. We're going to make it true.
Well, exactly. I mean, it works for the masses. You know, if anything's written, it must be true.
Yeah. Don't believe everything you read, they say. Well, you know, let them have it. You know,
exactly.
They just need a better story. And once they've got a better story, and, you know, with everything that we know about, you know, the human species.
Well, I put more faith in a saga than anything else, you know, because a saga has been held by one person and they relate that down to another person that they find worthy in their entire life, that they know they're going to pass the entire story to. And, you know, in books, you get translations, the translations get lost. You also get the people that control the translation, so they change the words in the first place.
Yeah,
so when you
but
get someone with a saga, I'm more likely to be listening at the truths that come out of a saga. Whether or not it's one big fabricated story, it has to have come from a source.
yeah, but
You
you
know,
see, all of these stories originally they would have had, you know, witnesses and receipts.
yeah.
It's just that over, you know, thousands and thousands of years, you know, the witnesses are no longer ABC, and the receipts are lost. And if you found one, would people even know what it was? So that's why
your frequencies react to the knowledge that the unfound knowledge that you've just received. You can it's your own discernment using your frequencies. You know, it's how it resonates with you, and it confirms what you already know, even though you've never heard it before.
Yeah,
I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
But
I
in
do
order
waffle.
for resonation to happen, one has to be listening.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, a big problem is that, you know, not many people want to listen. I know, because I'm one of them. That's why I've had to spend the last 2 years just listening, learning how to listen.
You know, through the flat Earth community, you know, depending on how far you've gone down the flat Earth community, and you kind of are now looking at a larger picture on why they are controlling the flat Earth. So, you know, it's if they're pushing the same thing over and over again, and yet I'm still to find anyone that has crossed the international date line. Now, until I can find anyone that has crossed the international date line, I can't say you can travel from east to west or west to east.
Wow.
Does that make any sense at all whatsoever?
Not to me. But
right,
I'm
well,
for heights, depths, weights, measurements, the sort of, you know, I'm just
okay. Visualize the globe and the west coast of America and Hawaii. Okay, you've got Hawaiian Islands halfway through the Pacific, halfway to let's just say Japan. Now, if Japan were going to send anything to Canada, it would go via South Africa. And it would end up on the east coast of Canada, and it would go across the entire landmass of Canada to the west coast. And if anything from the west coast of Canada was sending anything to Japan, it would have to travel by train across Canada to the east coast to then go 28, 30 days to South Africa via the Cape again. Nothing goes direct through the international time zone. Now, if you look at the time zone, it doesn't go down in a straight line.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. It kind of goes like a zigzag.
There's 5.5 hours difference along the same latitude, you know, longitude, latitude. You know, why, if the Earth is spinning at the same rate every day and nothing changes, that we have an international date line that isn't lateral like all the other parallel, degrees.
That's way above my comprehension.
When it comes to this whole thing, I'm in the middle kind of girl. So I'm going with Taurus field with an inertia plane, because that's
I mean that can still happen as well. But I'm
an angle, and it will look.
It's only the positioning of the continents. Don't forget.
Yeah,
Is what we're saying.
Yeah.
And the east to the west. Now we know the sun comes from the east and it goes to the west. But if you're in southwestern Australia and you're visibly watching the sun and the direction that it disappears in, it's not going to be exactly as your app clock is showing you. And that happens in South West Australia. It's in a completely different direction the sun is going off. Now, Earth don't like any mention of this whatsoever.
Who?
At all. Earth, who's the deep in the rabbit hole, is the guy that created the app. But in fact, he didn't actually create the app. He stole the app off of another flat earther who has been kind of, been in the back seats for a little while whilst the globe busters and everything else has taken over. You see, and I've always been dubious of any isms. And here we have with Jeranism,
Yeah.
He speaks good, he says everything, he says the right things, but he's connecting all the people together. And it's the people together as well as himself that are just going around and around and around, repeating the same things over again. And it's if, it's designed for that purpose.
Everybody's thinking look for an escape. And why would anyone want to escape? I mean, you if you can't manage where you are, then why would you manage anywhere else? And why would anyone else in where else you want to go want to manage you for you? It's just be like.
But for having a platform, that Jeranism's got and the amount of views that he has, he can control quite a narrative within the community. And that also includes, the Mandela effect. I don't know if you believe in the Mandela effect or not, but he certainly.
I remember braces.
Right. Well, Jeranism is going the opposite direction, And for being a truther, you should be looking at everything,
Absolutely.
And the moment someone in the truth says, no, that's not right, don't be so stupid, then you're being put into a corner and you're being tied off with everyone else in the community because they don't want the rest of the community asking more questions.
They
as long as you don't ask the real question, they don't actually care.
No, exactly.
You can go flat earth,
as long as
this, that, whatever, as long as as long as you're worshipping something other than your own self. And with worship, I'm not talking about sitting there saying all your like, oh, I'm so this and I'm so that and I'm so wonderful and so fabulous, whatever. That's just but what are you going to do when they come for you? What are you going to do?
Remember what we said about
life is coming, time is coming.
What we said about vows.
You've got pardon?
Remember what we said about vows, worship, worship.
Yeah, but I'm just using it as a metaphor. I'm not, I don't want to get into the semantics of it because I really can't be bothered. You know what I mean? And
I'm gonna get a drink.
what? You know,
I wasn't disagreeing with what you said. I was just saying worship and worship.
Yeah.
I wasn't disagreeing with you.
Yeah. Good. As long as you don't disagree with me. Sorry, it's my benign relationship. What can I do? You know, I had 10 years to hone it. So it's, you know.
It's all right, but when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, what happens?
Which one are you? The unstoppable force or the immovable object?
I'm the unstoppable.
If they want immovable, I'll be unmovable. If they want unstoppable, I'll be unstoppable.
Listen, look,
oh, I'll die trying.
I hate to use this, but no, I'm not gonna.
Just go on, say it. You can't throw
Same.
out bait like that and then snatch it back.
I'm not. You're more of the immovable object, but only because of your current mobility status. So you're the immovable object.
But in the metaphysical, I am unstoppable force.
Oh, you're flying. You're flying.
And immovable object. So, you know.
And they never said what happens if an unbelievable force meets an unbelievable force. What happens then?
I don't know. We'll wait and see. Bye. My mother always used
Don't
to
believe it.
and I'd be like, "Are we there yet? Or what are we having for dinner? Or this?" And she always say, "Wait and see pie. Wait and see pie." And now, wait and see pie has become a mantra in my life. I keep saying,
my mum was,
"Wait and see pie. Wait and see."
Duck under the table and air pie. I don't know what she'd say. Duck under the table and air pie. What? Either that or shit and sugar. What's for tea, mum? Shit and sugar.
And everything.
I'll tell you what, that's not far off either. Because that is basically what most people are actually eating. You know, all this processed crap.
Not in my house.
It's
and not
shit,
in my mum's
sugar,
house.
Meats.
No, meat processed crap.
Yeah.
Do you remember birthday parties?
When I left school,
Birthday
my first job, Rick, when I left school was unfortunately my mother forced me into butchery. She got the job for me. I had no choice, and I'd done that for 3 years. And I know meat when I see meat, and when I see meat now, when I was feeding my dog meat, because I don't eat the stuff. When I had my dog, I was cutting up his meat, and I thought this does not seem right. I butchered from in 79 to 81, you know, and I knew what meat textures were. The textures are so different now.
It's all of it. It's the smell of it. It's the taste of it. It's everything. And I said it's either what they're putting in it, because I've seen them injecting all kinds of ammonia and all kinds of stuff in, or it's fake meat. It's not fucking.
It cuts different. It's different. I would imagine you ask many a butcher, they'd probably agree. You know.
Well, I have to say, raw tripe hasn't changed in the last 30 years. Trust me.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
Was lovely.
It's still smelly, still disgusting as it's ever been. It's never changed.
Wow. You don't see much offal nowadays, do you? Years ago, we had chitlins and kidneys and hearts.
Oh yeah, that's gone in all the other processed food now, though. That's the thing.
Oh right.
As well as everything else, I suppose. You know.
Yeah, it's awful.
But yeah, it's always good to know a good butcher though, and a good farmer. You know, got to know a farmer. He always has good meat. You know.
Yeah, when I had my dog, he'd refuse a lot of meat. A lot of the stuff he would refuse it unless I got it from a real butcher shop. You know.
Yeah.
You are right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found the package.
So I've got 2 pairs of cats. I've got a couple of black cats here that come back with a rabbit occasionally, and the dog, if he's awake, he normally manages to get it off them, and that's it. That's his breakfast then.
Your cats bring rabbits in?
Yeah, well, I live right on the end of. Oh, well, I live right on the end of the farm, and we've got every morning when I go out there must be 300, 400 rabbits.
Wow.
All over the place, you know. And I've got 2 cats, and once in a while, I suppose about twice a month, they come back with not a big rabbit, but he's not a small rabbit, so they've had a bit of a fight to get him, you know. But they kind of work in pairs, and they're both rescue cats. One's a year old, and the other one's about 6 months old. So, you know, it's what nature doing its best. But at least I haven't got to feed the dog for the morning.
Yeah.
He eats it, everything. He eats it, head and all.
Wow.
You know, but that's what working dogs do. You know, he does that. I let him off the other day, and he got a whiff of an old deer. God knows how old that was. The trail was well old, but he still thought he'd find it. And yeah, it took me about an hour to find him. Come back, he was such a state. But yeah, exhausted. But yeah, it does save me from taking him for a walk again. But we've got quite a big garden anyway, so if he wants to go out for a run, he can just go and chase a squirrel. There's plenty of them. Especially now at the moment, they're all after the acorns. Plenty of acorns around for them.
We can eat acorns, can't we? I believe if we
You've got to cook them a certain way. I mean, you mustn't let horse eat acorns. So yeah, you mustn't.
Yeah, I only
their digestive system, horses, quite poisonous for them. But yeah, I think we used to make bread out of acorns and hazelnut.
Right.
Mix them two together. That used to be an old
in acorns that you've got to wash off. I can't remember what there is. Some I can't remember.
But it's a part of the oak's turpentine.
That's the word. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, turpentine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scroll up and grab the link again, or I'll just put it in the thing. Pushkin, Alex got dumped out. There's the link again. Right. Coffee. I ate an acorn when I was a kid. It was bloody awful. My mum told me that acorns were poisonous.
Yes, well, I was led to believe, and I only found out last week we used to use them. Yeah.
Yeah.
A squirrel just said it's because you just got to take the turpentine out of them. You know?
Yeah. That's it. It's just the turpentine that's.
I just bought a nice book. I bought a nice book recently. It shows you what flowers and what weeds and shrubs and that you can eat out in the wild. You know, it's fantastic to look into. I have to dig it out sometime again. Yeah. But I eat dandelions now. I've been eating them for quite a few months.
They're really good for you. Dandelions good for you.
The hot weather, hard to get a few.
Do you eat the plant? Do you eat the yellow flower?
Yeah, I eat that. I picked that. I was picking those in the bright sunshine. I put them under my tongue for about half a minute and then give them a nice crunch. They're very. It's like putting a copper penny in your mouth. They're very like a metallic taste. But the leaves are nice and salad. But the first time I done it, I made a mistake of picking some off the sidewalk, and obviously a dog had peed on them, and they were rank. You know, it's like no, take them some elsewhere. But I eat those quite a lot now. Quite nice.
Probably why you've got good skin.
Sorry.
Probably why you've got good skin.
Thank you, miss. Thank you.
I had somebody saying who came to view the beauty boarding house, but they had a dog. And Harry doesn't like dogs, so it was a no. But she said that when the dog licked her face, it cleared up all. She had really bad skin, but it cleared up all her skin. So I was thinking there might be something in a dog's saliva and a dog's
saliva is antibacterial.
Yeah, and also in their excrement. You know,
in their pee that would be good for you?
I don't know about their excrement. The saliva in their mouth refreshes. Like if they lick their ass and then they lick your face 45 seconds later, you don't have to worry because it's not in their mouth anymore.
Oh.
I don't know if dog pee is any good. We were talking about pee the other day, weren't we? About drinking pee. And,
yeah.
It's good to wash your hair in, you know. It's good for washing hair. I know. A little bit over your hair.
Apparently, is it uralgia? Uralgia is basically golden showers. Was a big thing in the Roman times.
I bumped into a politician who was into that when I used to be in the fetish clubs. I won't say his name, but
but that's the whole thing about pot to piss in, isn't it? If you haven't got a pot to piss in, because urine and also excrement was used for the tanning of leather, so you could actually sell your urine because it would tan leather.
Yeah. It's plasma, isn't it? Is it plasma? Am I right in that?
Say again?
Is urine is plasma? I'm sure. I could be wrong.
I think you're right. It's a form of plasma.
Yeah.
Leafy does it.
Yeah. Urine's good. Yeah. It's self-vortexing as it comes out the body. It vortexes.
I've done it 3 times. I didn't like the taste. But I told myself nothing's going to...
I think it's one of those, you got to get accustomed to it. It's an acquired taste, I think. But once you've done it for a while, like, what's her name? I think it's Cheryl. She's in Martin's chat all the time. She used to come into my chat, but she doesn't anymore. She drinks it all the time.
I have for 2 years, but it's not a good subject. It's not everyone's subject, but I have for about 12 years. Yeah.
I had a FaceTime. Sorry, hang on a sec. Neil, if you can hear me, mate, your device is not connected, so I can't bring you in because it's not connected. Yeah, while I was on the phone to her, she started, and then she just started drinking this, apple juice looking stuff, and she basically pissed in a glass while she's talking to me, and then drank it. And, I'm like, it's cool and everything, and I trust, I do think there's something in it. I do not think that we can poison ourselves with what comes out of our bodies, like urine. Urine isn't, it's not bad for you. They've proven it's not bad for you.
That's why I don't really talk about it much, because there's more professional sites that will talk about it. I mean, if I talk about it, I mean, I've got enough to deal with my trans issues, let alone drinking urine,
As far as the sexual side of it, like me and my ex-wife,
you pay the rent, love.
me and my ex-wife had a little sort of brief experience with it in the shower, but only in the shower. Like, we weren't about doing bed, man, but in the shower, we were off our faces. We were both absolutely pilling our tits off.
Yeah, so, but then you'll just start. You end up taking those drugs back in again. It goes back in your.
Oh no, there was no drinking. There was no drinking of urine.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Sorry.
No. I'm talking about being pissed on. And, okay. Yeah. What can I say? Drugs. They make you do crazy things. They make you do crazy things. But yeah, the drugs thing, you're absolutely right. Like there's oh God, who
Should be talking about this though, really.
We were talking about it the other day, and they were saying actually that it's better the second time. Like if you take a drug and then you urinate and you drink that urine, you'll get even more effect from that drug.
But that's the whole reindeer thing, isn't it? Because in the old days, people used to drink the reindeer's urine.
Yeah,
because they'd eat that plant, the mushrooms, and then it would metabolize, and then they would drink it.
That's why the reindeers were skipping around. That's where the flying reindeers come from. I think it's because once they eat the mushroom and then they drink their urine.
But maybe the reindeer is a metaphor.
Yeah, they skip.
But you reindeer.
Yeah.
You are a sovereign deer.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. See what I mean? It's like, this is I find it. Sarah called me the linguistic lizard, and it was a very good compliment. I was very impressed with it.
My dear, I should call myself deer from now on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, because it's like when you start breaking down words and actually thinking, hold on a minute, what's this all about? Because when you listen to Shakespeare with the received pronunciation, it's one thing. When you listen to Shakespeare in Old English, it's something completely different. It's really funny. Really funny.
Yeah, I worked with
the pronunciation. You would never know.
It's more poetic, I think, as well. When you
it's filthy. It's really filthy, but it's really funny. This is a very dirty sense of humor. I quite like it.
Well, Francis Bacon was a cad. So
if it was he that wrote it, I mean, who knows? No, none of us were there, and I don't really care because
maybe,
the
well,
I don't care who wrote it. The fact that
it's just that the writing this done that. Doesn't matter who wrote it. I
disagree that none of us were there. I absolutely disagree that none of us were there.
A human being,
not in this lifetime, or in this lifetime, or not on this.
Our souls, like I still think that we can all be carrying souls that did, were here 2,000 years ago, and probably know the real story about, what was going on 2,000 years ago. I think that's why we are all so fucking like, nah, this is bollocks. This is fucking bollocks. I don't know what's going on, but I know that this is bollocks.
It's like all these writings and all these towers coming down scenarios. I always think, don't point the finger at who did it. A human being did it. A human being wrote it. A human being wrote Shakespeare. A human being brought the towers. Man, woman with an ego, isn't it? Yeah, human done it. It's simple as that. It's not just
but human is monster in Black's Law Dictionary, apparently. Yeah. So, I don't think of myself as a human being. I just think of myself as a being, a sovereign being. But not human, because whether it's true or false, I don't even care. But if it even could be thought that a human is monster, you're going to find it very monstrous when I repeat it.
And also, if you break it down, man, it's the ultimate racism, isn't it? Really,
hue is a color.
Hue is a color. So we are the different coloured men and women. Hue,
shady people.
It's like the original bloody racism. Areas. Mr. Neil Shannon, original bloody stuff.
Hello, mate. You all right? Hi, guys.
Yeah,
hello.
Hello.
I don't know how many people remember Neil. He's been around for a while. He's just not in very often. He's in that. Have you got your TV on? How many people remember?
No, we're just.
It's a delay.
I can hear me coming back. You might just put some earphones on.
This is why I don't make videos anymore, because I'm really rubbish with tech. So.
just best way to avoid the echoes is the earphones. But that's better now anyway. It's all right. Okay. Neil's in New Zealand. Earphones, but that's better now anyway. That's right. So
yeah, I'm over in New Zealand.
Yeah, Neil's in
the land of the long white cloud.
Yeah.
Was it? Ato Coera?
Say that again.
The pronunciation, Ato Coera, or it's something like that. There's definitely a repeat. I can hear my voice. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
that's right. I've
You might have
just
two
flicked
pages open. You might have a couple of pages open. You might need to close some down.
No, it's Neil, but it's cool. I just need to keep the echo cancellation, like reactivating the echo cancellation.
Okay.
Boom. That's better.
The echo cancellation, like reactivating
Oh,
the
no.
echo cancellation.
How to get rid of it?
That's not really bad, mate. Can you turn it down?
Better. It's worse.
Oh, you can't. 'Cause yeah. Have you got any earphones?
I'm going to get some earphones, so just bear with me.
Yeah, get some earphones, mate. Nice one. Cheers, dude.
I had that the other day when I was chatting to you a couple of weeks ago, I think, and what I had is I had a few channels open on my machine, so I had to close them down.
Tabs, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got both my tabs. I've got both. I've got two tabs open with both streams on, so I have to remember to turn them down. So,
How do you do mirroring? Like, if you wanted to send this stream or any streams of Magic Treehouse to your own stream, how would you do that? Do you do that? Is that okay to do that? I don't know. I just saw someone did it and thought maybe I could do that. They shoulda, woulda, coulda. I don't know.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, so mirroring the video.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't need to mirror it because it's just going straight up on the Magic Treehouse and it's going up on 007 as well.
But
so
if I wanted to do it to my personal channel, could I do that?
If you wanted our video, like if you wanted, what you could do is
Holistic does it quite a bit.
You give us the login details to your YouTube channel, and we put it into StreamYard, and then we stream to your channel, or you just do a YouTube download, and download the video and re-upload it. And you have full permission to do that. That's not a problem. Or, I mean.
No, but how do you advertise that you're on via your own channel, if you know what I mean? I've seen Holistic.
Don't advertise.
Yeah, I've seen Holistic bring up, in Richard's on in 20 minutes or whatever on her channel. She's mirroring your stream.
Oh,
if you know
that's doing the community tab. That's using the community tab.
Right.
She's not mirroring the stream, but she puts a link.
No, she's just linking yours, through her channel. Yeah.
The video on her community page, but you only get a community page when you've got it's either 200 or 500 subscribers.
Right. Yeah. So, well, I've got 300 and something, and nothing's come up yet, so it must be 500.
When you go into add video or whatever, like on your phone, you click the plus sign to add video. It will say create post. If you've got a community page,
you can do that.
Create post. So if it doesn't say that, then it must be 500.
Yeah.
So Neil, you hear us all right? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, hang on. I just muted you a sec because it was.
Here's the test.
Neil. There we go.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's still echoing.
Yeah, it is. I've put my earphones in. It's just.
Has he got YouTube going in the background?
Yeah, have you got a tab open with this stream on it?
Has he got YouTube going in the background?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah,
that'll be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you got a tab open with this?
What's that?
There you go. It stopped. That stopped it.
Sorry, guys.
Oh. Yeah, that's what
You
I
probably
have.
didn't
Small
need the
boy era.
earphones.
Yeah, you can take the headphones off now. Unless you
Take
like
the
it.
earphones off and see if it.
That's all right. I'll leave my headphones in because I actually wear hearing aids. I have
Oh,
to
well,
take.
it even helps you
So
then. There you go.
it's
Direct feed.
So I'm half
You're
deaf
wired.
and half blind.
We're wired into your brain now then.
Yeah. So
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I'm a four-eyed.
Yes, indeed.
I wear
Yeah.
glasses. So.
But you know, as soon as
me too.
As soon as
Long-sighted.
my eyesight started going when I was about 42. I'm 45 now, and as soon as I started wearing glasses, my eyesight got worse. It's never ever been the same since.
See, that's why I'm.
So it's a vicious circle, isn't it?
My eyesight in the last this year, I noticed it this year. My eyesight's got slowly worse as the year's gone on, and I know it because of what I can focus on. And you know, on the it might be the screen.
Excessive use of screens as well. Yeah, that is it. Everyone's eyes have been getting worse.
That's it. I think the screens it's straining my eyes doing it, and that's all it is. And I'm not going to go and put fucking glasses on because I don't want. Everyone I know that's ever put glasses on, their eyesight's only ever got worse. It's never got better.
Yeah.
So.
Mine stayed the same.
With glasses.
Yes.
Yeah, my prescriptions they've never changed for 20 years or so.
No, I think that they do
even
this
more than that.
adjustability so that you'll think, because they'll tell you, oh, you know, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
But I just don't pay any attention to that sort of nonsense. And I never have, and I never will.
If you don't believe your eyes are going to get any worse, it probably won't.
Yeah, well, I don't believe anything. I either know or
Well,
I
you
don't.
you can make a very simple exercise for your eyes, and that's just like little pinhole glasses. Just get a bit of cardboard, cut out a nose for it, and what you're doing is you're straining your muscles naturally to look through these pinholes, and you'll find that I think it's short-sighted, it'll correct your eyes quicker than if you're long-sighted. It takes a little bit longer if you're long-sighted.
Oh, that's good.
But it does work. It does work. But you've got to keep at it, you know. And just small little pinprick holes. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah, but then you can also take the opinion of, if your eyes are the windows to your soul, it's not a bad idea to have them double glazed.
Yeah, yeah.
Mine are double glazed.
Barry, how you doing? Good to see you. I just want to say quickly, you can't get your live birth record. Your live birth record isn't is property of the Vatican, I think, and it's sent. Your live birth record is sent to the Vatican, so you won't ever be able to get it. Nobody's ever been able to get their live birth record. A certificate.
No,
of
only
life.
get copies, and that's that's a
You only
copy
get
of a
copies
copy.
of registration. You don't get a copy of the live birth certificate.
No.
You only get a copy of the birth certificate. So
on
yeah,
on
but then you
subject,
could also hoist them on their own petard, because they would say, "Prove you're alive," and you'll say, "Prove I'm dead."
well, yeah.
Like that.
What I want to do is get into a confrontation with an English police officer where I can say, "Do you agree that I'm breathing? Do you agree that I'm a man? Do you agree that I appear to be alive?"
Yeah,
I'm
but then
alive.
you could say, you know,
Because
you
you're a
wouldn't know what on
dead
earth you were talking about. You wouldn't know what
Eh?
you were talking about. They've got
Well,
an
I
IQ of 89 or less. So
I have heard somewhere down the line that a policeman can he or can he not say if you're dead on the scene?
No.
He cannot.
This is a very interesting thing, because when my son was having difficulties with the school system and he wouldn't go in, the school said to me, you know, in a threatening manner, you know,
Of course, yeah.
we'll call the police. And I was like, go on then, do it. And they were like, what? And I was like, do it. Because all they're going to do is see if he's ABC according to their own policies and the law. And all my son has to do is put his head out the window and wave and say hello and say his name, and he's ABC, and they'll just have to go away. Because if they want to give me a lecture, I'll take their lecture if they take mine, and we'll toss a coin to see who goes first. I don't care. They can go first. I can go first. It'll be a waste of time. They didn't send anyone. They're just like, oh, you are joking, you know. And they also tried it with social services as well, you know, to like scare me. But I've already dealt with social services, and they've always been
social
happy.
services is you know, they've been designed, you know, the worst people on earth.
No, they're not.
Social services.
They're actually not. They can be if you allow it. But if once they know who they're working for, they're actually pretty good. Because I had one young whippersnapper on the phone making all kinds of threats and this, that, and everything else. And I let him, you know, do his diatribe. And then I said, put it in writing. I dare you. And he was like, what? And I was like, put it in writing. Everything you've just said, put it in writing and send it to me. I dare you. Or the next time you need to call me, send a grown person, a grown adult or grown being who can have a sensible conversation with.
Deal with it. Deal
And
with it, yeah.
when they sent someone to me, she was absolutely lovely. She was fabulous. She said, oh, Mrs. Freed, with what you're doing, you know, running this boutique boarding house, you're a genius. To be in the situation that you're in and be able to do this, that is genius. And I was like, well, yeah, but the sky's blue, so what, you know?
Yeah.
Can I just
yes,
so
mate.
get back to
you need to speak up. You need to butt in.
Getting back to common law and all things sovereignty. When you guys were talking about it earlier, there's lots and lots of people talking about the subject who have their own version of how you become sovereign on a piece of paper, if you like. So what we need to do is everybody needs to get together and take parts of everybody's version of their how to become sovereign and make some kind of excuse me, make some
and
kind
best,
of
and see who
pamphlet.
wins.
Well, no,
And
just
see who or he who wins. Just let everyone else know how
no. What we need to do is everybody needs to get the information, a group of us, and say, yeah, we agree that bit's right, and we agree that bit's right, and just decipher what we think is true, and put a pamphlet together, because it has to be universal.
So far I've heard
there's so many different versions of it.
I've heard 4 different versions of it, and all 4 versions have contained the same information.
Okay. So it might be the case, Rich, that it might be the case.
Yeah.
Because I'm in New Zealand, we're still ruled by the Crown Agency, as you know. It might be the case that every country has a slightly different tweak on it. It's all the same, but it has a slightly different tweak on it.
Yeah, because
barristers, lawyers, legal system all see it that way.
It's definitely
might see it slightly different.
It's definitely through the post office.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the post office is the highest court in the land.
Exactly. It's the postmaster. You yourself become a postmaster general, and you deliver your own mail, which is you and your belongings, on the postal roads, which are postal roads and not waterways.
Well, postal roads are still postal roads are still classed as waterways. That's on.
Yeah,
because
but you're riding the postal, being a postal, a master of the post.
You're a vessel. You're a master of your own vessel.
Exactly. You have the vessel to be above the water and not in a sinking ship in the river.
There was a film, a Kevin Costner film, wasn't there? The Postman.
Postman.
They hinted on
the
that.
Postman.
Yeah.
Well, that was just running. Yeah, they were just walkie-talkies, weren't they?
And do you know what I believe? That all goes back to the word, the letter, because like what was said earlier, if somebody puts something in writing, it creates it to be legal in their own system. So you can phone, like, you know, you can speak to a policeman, you can speak to a barrister, whoever it is, a judge. But if they don't put it in writing, it has no effect whatsoever.
Pen and ink. But it can only be from one human being to another human being.
Yep.
And it
not
mustn't be black ink. You shouldn't write in black ink.
Yeah, blue ink is what it has to be.
That's why the police
and your blue thumbprint as well.
That's why the police, if you're daft enough to get arrested, the first thing they're going to do is start taking notes. They've always done that. That's what they do. If they think you've committed a crime.
Yeah.
And it's simple, really. Legal. You know, you've only broken the law if you've committed a crime, if you've committed harm, and people don't understand what legal is.
There has to be a victim.
Yeah, it's as
for there
simple
to
as
be a
that.
crime. You know, for you to step out in front of a car, you know, or you know, for them to say that you're holding up traffic, you know, that is, you know, something that they can do you for. But for you not paying a fine because you couldn't afford it that week, that's, you know, who's actually losing out, you know?
Exactly. So that in itself is a crime. Them trying to take something from you that you haven't got.
You are the
That is a
victim.
crime. Yeah, that's an inversion, and that's what they've done. And the same with tax. You know, you were talking
They're
about
penalising you. Yeah, they're penalising you every day, so therefore you're a victim of the system.
Yeah, the same with the taxation system. The word tax, I believe it means steal. It's been stolen. It's been taxed. You've taxed
Well, that's why we say, "Oi, can I tax a fag off you?"
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, and all the money goes back to the crown. It all goes back to the crown because that's the corporation. And from the crown of the corporation, the company gets dispersed back to these people that are in control.
Right,
It
goes to the trust. It goes to the crown trust, and it goes to the trust and the crown are the beneficiaries. They're claiming as beneficiaries of the trust, aren't they? So
yeah. And I really think, Rich, with the Queen not being here anymore, allegedly, there's something going to happen. And you know, the WEF and the UN and all that, they're going to try and take control because it's took years and years and generations for the crown to get the power that they've got through the legal system and through the word. It's took them a long time to enslave us the way we are now. The way we are now.
Don't forget the Queen only had one
took
power.
a long time.
She only had one power in this country. One power.
Yeah.
She never used it. She never ever used it. Now,
what was it?
But it's the belief of the word, isn't it?
What was it?
What was it?
You know, the birth certificates and the system
it was
that they've
to take
created.
out the government. It was to take down the government. That was the one rule that she had. She could dissolve the government overnight.
No, she did have a role. Her role was to open Parliament, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, no, she had a role, but she only had one back card, you know. She had one get out of clause, and she never used it in all her life. So that's showing you that how controlling she was. If she really wanted, you know, she saw everything in all her time of what we've been through.
Or how controlled.
You know, she could have saved every single homeless person in the last 40 years with the profit that she made out of just the people that came to have a look at Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, but who's controlling her? Who was controlling her?
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, and in a way, people want to talk about, oh, you know, this elites that are above everyone and they're doing everything. But, you know, we hold power as well if we are the many and they are the few. And if you go along with it, and if you're going to worship the false idols and this, that, and everything else, then why shouldn't they? You know, roll up. You know,
this is why I think
you want to play in the flag
on all the paperwork,
it's going to cost you a lot of money.
The top person on there is Source. You know, if you look at it, it's the.
Well, this is what I was going to say.
The highest almighty.
Physical.
With all of this paperwork, it all absolutely confirms that there is an authority higher than us.
Yep. They have to abide to as well, Rich.
Yeah,
they have
it's above them as well. It's an authority higher than
exactly.
So they put themselves as the intermediary when really, you know, as competent, capable men and women, we should
have worked it out a long time ago.
Higher than us is God. Yeah, that's why we're the highest court and the highest.
Which is why the heliocentric system was put into it, and why everything's come from a big bang, and why everything has every single nation that was on this plane before us believed in a flat existence.
Yeah, that was.
And for the last 100 years, that they've just been, shove it under the carpet. Let's not even mention it.
Because Copernicus,
if we do mention it, we'll make a joke of it.
Copernicus was 500 years ago, but it was only 100 years ago that they actually started telling everybody.
I've got a screenshot of a newspaper that came out of Portsmouth University in 1909, I think it was, just before the First World War, and it was a science teacher of natural science complaining to the school board about a heliocentric scientist that is coming and pushing the global model, and is upsetting the syllabus that's already in place in the school. So there was a syllabus already happening in the natural science at that point, and either the Tavistock, but because they mentioned Cambridge, so it's obviously come from Cambridge. This scientist that had come into Portsmouth. Very interesting, and it just shows you how recent this actually is,
Right. And then in 1911, they changed the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to get an a Britannica from 1909. Is what I've been trying to get, but I can't find one anyway.
I made the video of the guy who's the heir, which I think was Fortune he's heir to, but he had the Encyclopedia Britannica, 33 editions to the 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica, and he says this is before they wrote it for the masses.
That rich kid actually said, "This is the real copies." And in that, never read the modern ones because they're shit.
Yeah, and in that one, you can bet your bottom dollar that there's something in there about flat Earth.
Oh no, for sure.
It hasn't taken long, has it?
I was speaking to someone who was very skeptical about flat Earth a long time ago, and he was saying that his uncle had a huge, vast library, and he had maybe about 30 books on flat Earth, and they were all in binders, all in leather, and that's the only thing that made him look into it. But he was still so skeptical about why would his uncle have a lot of old ancient books which are all talking about this realm, and not actually the push of the actual heliocentric vibe
it's
to
like Jason Brashear says, isn't it? Jason Brashear says basically you're only going to get anything of any use from books that were printed before 1917 or something.
Yeah. Well, even 1902 to, you know, around that time when, you know, but even then the printing press was completely controlled.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was about, when was the printing press? 17.
It was 200. Yeah, it was 1780, something around that time.
Do you think book burnings could have been actually, you know, the other side? Not the baddies, but the goodies, actually getting rid of all the rubbish stuff because they didn't want it passed on through the generations. Yeah, because they say that, you know, there was book burnings and it was all like the good books and this, that, and everything else. But if you look at it from another angle, you could say maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the reverse. Maybe it was, you know, a desperate attempt to remove all the nonsense from literature. But then, you know, what's nonsense?
What Hitler was up to?
Eye of the reader, or the, you know, the brain of the reader. So, you know, because one man's sauce is another man's poison, and one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, you know, they're all.
I would never know, other than, you know, you could take a bird's eye view of it, and instead of going down every rabbit hole, and, you know, because it is like a lung, and every passage will lead to another passage, and on and on and on and on. But if you
Every answer leads to more questions.
Exactly, it will just keep you more and more distracted. Mind your own business. Whereas, you know, and that's what, you know, it wants. As long as you're not minding your own business, it doesn't care. Minding your own business,
you know, I'm sorting the mic out and the light out.
Saying what he's saying, you know, it is a simulacrum and holographic, and, you know, simulation, you know, data or whatever, you know, programming, it just give you the same, and as soon as you do something completely different, it's like, oh, you know, we've got to do something for you, because, you know, that's what the universe, it has to provide it. But most people want the same, you know, thing, and they don't really know what they want, and they're so busy they can't even figure it out. And
Yeah, because they've been pointed in that direction, never to find out. You know.
Then, you know, like an Antikythera machine or mechanism, once you put a cog in work,
they're gone again.
give you what you say you're having instead. I mean, you know, in my situation, you know, from the eviction from the big boutique boarding house to this little one, you know, there's too many coincidences. Because even though I was in a huge house, I could only access one room of it and my toilet, my bathroom. But in this, even though it's smaller, it's bigger for me because, like, there's nowhere I can't access.
Alexandra, it's the same for me. I've had things happen in my life recently, and I've ended up living I've got my own little man flat now, but I've got 3 kids and a wife, and we separated, but we're trying again. But it's like I've been thrown here to work something out, because I like my space, I like my quiet time, I can think, I can connect. I like my own company. I can't stand being around people. It does my head in. So I've just got to work out what I need to do, what it is I need to do. And M, hello M.
My company, and now I.
Hello guys.
I've got sorry Alexandra, I just need to ask M something. M, I've got I bought a distiller some time ago. I bought it really cheap online, and it's American. It won't work in New Zealand. Do you want it?
A distiller? Like water distiller?
Yeah, it's brand new. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, that would be awesome. Why does it not work over there? Is it because of the power cord issue?
It runs on a different voltage. You're in America, you're 110 in I think. In New Zealand, it's 240.
Yeah, I think it's 110 or 120. Yeah.
If I plug
Well,
it in,
we can run on 242. Yeah.
All right, but if it won't
Yeah.
work here, so if you, I'm on Signal. I'm in the treehouse. I don't go in there much because I don't get a chance. But if you put your,
I'm in there.
Just send me. Yeah, so just send me your details and I'll post it off to you.
That is so crazy that I got here just in time for you to bring that up, because for over a week that's all I've been harping on, this water. Every time somebody brings something up, and it's like, even when we're talking about my hair, even the other day, I was like, it's the water, it's the water, it's the water. Dave Matthews told us, don't drink the water.
Yeah,
he said it, don't drink the water. Anyways, yeah. And we've been talking about getting distilled water. My daughter has to have hers bought in because she lives at Camp Lejeune.
I've had mine for well over a year, and
I bet that just bothers the crap out of you. You can't even use it.
No, I've got.
Yeah,
I
would get
one because I was going to give one to my wife and my kids, let them have one at the house, and then I bought that extra one cheap, and then I realised it was coming from America, so I got it off Amazon.
And you're like,
and I was like, shit, it ain't going to work. I paid for it already. It turned up, and I was like, it's not going to work. So I was like, well, who do I know who lives in America? And I'm like, the only person I know at the minute is Em, who's in the treehouse. She don't even know who I am because I've never even spoke to her. So I thought, if I ever
it's nice to meet you.
So that's all right. So
I have seen you in there, though. You're in there. I have seen you in there.
Yeah, but it's been
I recognize your name.
I ain't spoke to Richie for ages properly, so it's.
Whose phone is that? Someone's phone's ringing.
Yeah, it's mine. It's weird.
It's definitely not me. Nobody ever calls me. And even if they do, it's silent. Most of the time, my phone is silent. I'm a terrible person, terrible family member as far as that goes. When it comes to communication, that's where I'm not so good, because I'm like 99.9% of the time, the ringer is completely silent. There's no light that'll blink. You have to hope that I'm walking by at just the perfect time of one of my devices and see it light up and see your face. Then you're gonna get lucky, and I might answer. Even then, it's 50-50 chance. Unless it's got something to do with the treehouse.
Yeah, do the same.
Or one of my kids.
Yeah,
I've been putting.
I'm not even fan. Never give a number.
Yesterday, I was doing a live, and my daughter called, and especially because she's still she's like a new mom, but not in the sense that this is her first kid, it's her second kid, but she's a new mom with the second kid. So now she's got two and having to do the whole 2-kid thing, and she's exhausted. So every time, of course, she calls, I want to answer and make sure that mentally she's doing good, because postpartum depression and worry of psychosis too is also a concern. Not for her, just I always have it in the back of my head. So I literally was hold on a minute. I'm like, Holly, I'm getting ready to, I text her. I said, I'm going to answer the phone. I'm in the middle of a live stream. I answered it real quick. I was like, hey, everybody. So she knows, if you call mom in the middle of a live stream, she's going to answer. She loves you that much. Be prepared to be on the live stream if she answers, because she's not going to stop the live stream either. Compromise, man. Compromise. I'm trying to teach them that.
I'm well in the matrix. I work for myself, so my phone's always going. It's inevitable.
Last couple of weeks, I've been on the side, putting it face down. So if it does, so it's not really bright, lighting up everywhere. If it does go off, and I've just, when I've been ready to, I've gone and looked at my phone to see whose message, if anybody's message or anything. And I've missed a load of messages, and just, and said that, really sorry, just not been looking at my phone. Because it's just got slaves to them. We turn into slaves.
Affecting my eyes.
Yeah, and affecting the eyes as well. I mean, I'm still looking at a screen computer, but it's better than looking at this little bloody phone on an arm's length.
Phones are terrible, aren't they? They're awful. They really are.
Well,
the issue with my granddaughter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they are amazing as well because they mean that, you know, that we can do this.
Thing. You can use it
Exactly.
It's a double-edged sword.
Really,
Yeah.
use everything as a tool. Use it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Use it, exactly. Use it for the purpose that you want to use it for, and not for what it's actually really designed for.
Exactly. And always remember Whitman tools. And that's not because I said it. It's written. And
the internet's been so weaponized, hasn't it? It's just
yeah.
Oh my
it was military in the first place. You know.
Weapons can be.
I get mad at it, and in the second I start bitching about it, I'm go, wait a minute, I need to Google something. Damn it!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Every time.
Can I go back to the subject of you guys were talking before I came on here about urine? I've been drinking my own urine for nearly 2 years.
Yes, this comes up at least once a week, man. At least once a week. I love it.
But now, I think it was Alexandra who was saying you don't like the taste of it. Yeah, the taste is bloody awful. I don't care what anybody says. When it's, but what I find is,
don't you hold your breath? Don't you go?
I'll worry about halitosis.
I'll tell you what I found. What I found is when I get up in the morning, when I'm doing a week of drinking my own urine, the worst thing you can do is, I know it sounds terrible, the worst thing you can do is go and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or a drink of water or orange juice or anything, or eat anything before you go and do it, because then you got two clashes of taste. You've got to do it as soon as you get out of bed, and it's got to be the first thing that enters.
You've got to put it on.
It's the first good pee in the morning. Dude, gross. That's got to be that's the worst pee, though.
Yeah, but it's the best one. It's the best one.
Oh, ouch.
Be the one that's got all that your body's like sifted it all through at night, and in the morning that's when all the things that you need out of the urine.
That's the whole point of doing it.
You can't just drink it down. You have to hold it under your tongue for at least a minute, a little bit first, to tell your body to prepare for it to come down, and then drink it about space. So you can't. There are different many levels of this urine drinking. Then you can't just drink it like a cup of tea. It's not a safe subject, though. You know. Right.
I mean that's how Cheryl, whatever her name is, the woman I spoke. She did like it was fucking tea. You know,
that lady, I can't wait to freaking meet her in person, and she's local to me, which I'm like super excited. I was like, I didn't even know there were that kind of people around here. We might actually get in trouble together, you guys. Better watch out. We're gonna need bail money. But the
that might be a new channel in itself.
You can definitely count me out on that, because I've had to treat. See, I've got stung before by some crazy kind of wasp up here. It was like, it's not native here, and they've only started coming around here for the last couple of years. And I got stung by one several years back. And when I did, the pain was like unlike anything I'd ever felt before. And my ex's dad, who's been in Nam, comes running out of his garage and was like, "Go put your pee on it! Run, hurry, go pee on it now!" And I was like, "I don't have a penis. How am I going to pee on my own leg?" He was like, "You'll figure it out. Go." And I come back out with such a relief. Like, I can't imagine really drinking it, though, because I've had urinary tract infections too. And that pee in the morning, when you got a UTI, that first pee in the morning, hell no. There's no way. Well, obviously you wouldn't want to drink the pee if you had a urinary tract infection, clearly. But you know what I mean.
It's good for chilblains as well. If you've got chilblains, pee on your feet. I don't know.
Don't we always pee on?
All I'll say is I used to have really, really bad hay fever. Every summer it would come, and it was really bad. And that first year I started drinking my own urine, it stopped, and I've never had it since.
Probably because of the pollen you're breathing up your nose as well. And honey, local honey from local bees is good.
Yes. Yeah, but this just stopped it. Bang, it Crazy.
For me, it
Well,
was getting away from all the animals, because when I lived at home with my parents, we had 3 cats, a dog, and Persian cats. And then every summer I was exactly as I seem to be allergic to every type of pollen. So from March through till fucking October, I was like, I'd have hay fever, and sometimes it gets so bad because I used to rub my eyes and stuff, and so my eyes would swell up, and it's it's fucking horrible. But when I moved away from
I don't really have that problem.
it stopped. And now I have these little sneezing fits now and again. I have little sneezing fits, and if I get some weed that's really heavy with pollen, I'll have a sneezing fit from that as well.
Yeah.
I don't get hay fever anymore. Thank God. I don't get.
That's your own natural testing to see the quality of it, though, Rich.
Yeah, this is shit. Well, how do you know? It didn't make me sneeze.
Yeah, well, I didn't sneeze. Yeah, I had a little tickle. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Oh, no, can we stop talking about weed? I know it looks like I'm smoking joints, but I'm not. They're just king size roll ups and my imagination.
You know, Squirrel Sniper, I've seen you on loads of chats.
I've been about.
Channel, and so it's weird seeing you in the flesh. It's really weird.
Yeah.
That's what
I've
I
only
said.
really shown my face for the last couple of months, really. I just thought, a few other people have been showing their faces. I thought, prove that I'm not a bot and from Russia, I might as well pop my head in,
I think it, like, after a while there comes a time when if you have got a mask up, then like in our sort of community where we're all about truth and transparency,
exactly.
I have an issue with people who seem to be reluctant to show their face or give a name.
There's a lot of that in the auditing community as well. I don't know if you follow anything.
Well,
You watch
that
TV?
might happen, though, because that is largely a lot of protection as well, I think.
But it's how they, okay, Flat Earth is a bit scandalous and they do throw names around, but there's just channels dedicated to slagging off other auditors, and it's like, what's the point of that? Surely there's even, go out and do the auditing is actually going to make you a better channel. But
dude, it's not just the auditing though. I think that's the case with so many different channels. There are channels out there that they're just dedicated to slagging off other creators. They just can't constantly try to defame other creators.
But why are you putting your energy in talking shit about somebody else? You're not putting anything good out there. So what's the point?
Yeah, but it also will add more fuel to the fire of the auditor, because if they get,
views and clicks and shit based on that drama, then they're going to go with it. They're going to run with that.
I like to channels, right? There's two types of auditor. There's two types of auditor, aren't there? With the auditing channels, there's the ones that are really, they really are. They're trying to be professionally auditing police stations or whatever. And then you have the other ones that you just know they're just fucking troublemaking wankers. They just want to piss the police off. Just want to piss them off and do something.
Just because that they know a little bit of the law, they're cocky with it, and that's not what auditing is all about.
No,
and I
Who's
dare
your
I say
favourite
it.
auditor?
Who's mine?
Yeah.
Well, I used to really like AB, but something's inside of me has changed about AB. Maybe a little bit of his fame has maybe got to him a little bit, but he was very kind of I don't know, covert And I don't think covert is what you need in this. You know, you don't need to have a fake kind of accent. You don't need to go in there, you know,
That was my
dissing the person straight away, you know.
On intent, like I did in the true crime community, for example. This is why I'm really not on Discord that much anymore, because I was following this one channel in particular because I liked the way she was a commentator in true crime, but the way she interacted with her subscribers on Discord and stuff was really cool, because everybody could talk more freely than you can on YouTube about your theories in the comment chat. And so, like, I noticed a problem in the YouTube chat with people that were in the Discord chat, but they were also in other chats on YouTube, but not appearing, but in this one particular creator's chat on Discord. But then when they were in other creators' chats on YouTube, they were like trashing this chick. So they were basically being a super secret troll over here. And I didn't get called on that right away. I kind of just like observed to see how they would behave back and forth for a while. And then I like approached them one day, the whole group, and was like, look, guys, I noticed that there's been like, they were talking about this issue that they couldn't figure out why this kept happening. Like, why were things that they were talking about in like their membership only lives and stuff like that? I was like, this is a no-brainer. I don't know how you can, but whatever. So I kept seeing them talk about how they're having this issue. And then finally I was like, look, if you guys want to know what the problem is, like, I've been watching for a while. I have notes. Like, I have a lot of notes. I was like, I can tell you what the problem is, and I can tell you how to solve it. And this one chick, the way she came at me about it was just like I just sat there, and because I didn't even get home until like later that day. So the thread had started that morning. By the time I got home that day and read the whole thing, like, she made her comment, and then they all started like coming in, and they tried. You could see where it went on for so long that some of them thought that because I wasn't responding, that they had offended me with what they said. When in reality, I just hadn't got around to looking at it yet and didn't really give a shit.
Yeah,
Anyways,
well, that's how people have different realities, isn't it? You know.
Right. But the fact that you were able to see, like, yeah, you were out of line, like you were all the way out of line, and that it went on for that long, that you were able to actually check yourself because you thought maybe something was wrong because I didn't respond. Like, that right there should tell y'all something. And then the whole incident, there was like 2 more incidents with true crime where it was finally like, I was like, okay, Em, it's your blood pressure and keeping up with that, or you can just go over to the treehouse for a little while and do that and just not even have to worry about that. And there's a couple of those true crime creators that I unsubscribed to due to all that drama, that now when I do go occasionally and look at the true crime to like keep up with some of the stuff that's going on, like, I don't have any, there is so much of a relief of stress from before versus now that I was like, thank God I got away from that, and I get sucked completely into that black hole, which I was afraid of for Daisy for a while too, because she about got in there, and I was
that's what I don't like about the Earth community, you know. And like,
yeah, they could be like that too.
That's why I like the Tartarian communities, you know. Like, although I don't completely subscribe to Tartaria, it's a nice idea, but none of that happens in those chats. None of that really happens in those chats. Like, and it's got to the stage now, like, trolls, like, even on my channel, trolls don't stand a chance. They're gone in a second. That's it. What cracks me up with trolls, though, is the way they expose themselves immediately. They come in and say something straight away. It's like,
yeah, but it's the start of their discovering something new, Rich.
Yeah.
You know, for some people, when they're trolling, it's they just do not understand what is going on. They really just do not have a clue.
Because in a sense, that's what I was doing, and I even acknowledged that in that thing with this. Look, if y'all want to call us, and I guess by definition, because I'm channel hopping was what it was called in the Discord thread. Channel hopping. I was like, yeah, I could see why you'd call it that too, because technically I am hopping from channel to channel. What I'm not doing though is stirring up shit and trying to be anonymous. Like, I'll come straight up into the live chat and be like, yo, M's here, and I'm not even from a different channel. Me, with my face, and I say that, and I'll be like, look, I'm being nervous. But now if I see you, I'm gonna call you on your bullshit.
Like just because somebody's channel hopping, though, it's like so you got more than one interest. Is that what? There's nothing. Just because somebody's bloody channel hopping, I'm channel hopping all the fucking time.
Same.
I was like, shit. If y'all knew how many channels I hopped in just the true crime community alone, fuck all the other subjects that I follow. Y'all, they can kiss my ass in the true crime community. I had already told them. I told them that. Remember, I made a video, a little short, about 1,000 views. Yeah, made an ass of myself, real cool. That's how mad they have.
Because you live in the now. That's the thing. And when something new comes in, you could easily miss it because something else has been distracting you. You know, you can always go back to things. I've always said, when there's an interest that really interests you, you have to go back to the start and read because you have missed something. You've always missed something. You know, but don't spend too much time looking back. You know, because you are living in the now.
The best way to be is look into everything, absorb as much as you can, and decipher what you think's real and what's not real. And that's why, like Rich's little channel, they're the best truther channels because Rich is not, you know, we're not experts in anything really. We're just absorbing as much as we can and deciphering it and just giving our opinion on it. That's the best way to be. Because somebody who's, to me, a lot of people are an expert in something have probably got an agenda. You know, I'm really a little bit like, well, if they're an expert in something.
Yeah, no, it's if other people will think they're an expert, but if someone says that they're an expert, that's when you need to worry.
I'm an expert. Worry.
You have to prove yourself to be an expert. You don't be told.
I will, and I do. I'm an expert.
It's like self-proclaimed gurus, and shamans.
We can see that though.
Say again.
We can see that, Alexandra. You're not telling us. We can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, she totally could start
anything. I'm more than happy to share the wisdom. If you ask
Did anybody watch? Did anybody watch Cam, Bernie, and Paul Cook the other day? The video they put out.
No, unfortunately, I had to work early.
Holy shit! Yeah,
that was
really good. The information was coming out. We're all talking over one another quite a lot, so it ruined it a little bit. But like the information that was coming out was really, really good. Really good. Yeah.
Well, hopefully Cam will just do an individual one and pick all the best things out of it. You know, he's quite good at that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going over stuff that is.
That read of Admiral Byrd, the excerpt from Admiral Byrd's, I think it was his diary, and I'm drawing a blank. The artwork that I don't know who did the artwork for that.
Mr. 33rd degree Mason, like Admiral Byrd was a Mason, was a Freemason. It's like I don't buy any of that.
It's a bit mainstream, isn't it?
It's just another story, another narrative that's being given to us. All the other narratives that have been given.
What about the navigator of Captain Scott? He wrote a diary.
Shackleton.
And there's a lot of information in there that didn't add up to the science that we've been told.
Was it Scott or Cook that went around the wall 60,000 miles? That was
Cook, first of all. Scott went on the expeditions to the South Pole, but it was Cook that, you know, ended up going to all the islands for, you know, that's why they called it the Cook Islands, didn't they? Because they were having to refurbish and, you know, replenish supplies because it's a longer voyage than what they're told.
Oh, I was wondering whether Cook actually happened, and all he was doing was staking out the destroyed realm for the repopulation event. What do you reckon?
There's stories of the Egyptians.
Go forth and multiply.
The Egyptians went there every year to Antarctica before the ice was there.
What about this idea that Egypt was actually in the UK before it was ever in Egypt?
Well, yeah.
Because Egypt wasn't called Egypt. Egypt was called Kemet.
England, the UK is more important than anyone knows.
Oh,
For
yeah.
some reason, it's the epicenter of something. But you know, if Jason's saying that, you know, the pyramids are the epicenter of any movement, as it were, of this realm, material of this realm, that, you know, that then worries me that Equator is quite far away from the center of everything.
Well, it's the same for me. I'm in New Zealand, going off.
If that's what they say, then that ends up in the darkest parts of what, you know, of what we've been told.
I live in the balls of the UK. I live on the Isle of Wight, which is the bollocks of England, right at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I should
I
start.
think the Isle of Wight is a magic island, though.
The Isle of Wight's beautiful.
The Isle of Wight is a magic island.
There when I was a kid.
Nice place, yeah.
And I think the Isle of Wight is there's a lot of underground shit. There's a ton of shit going on in the Isle of Wight, man.
Yeah,
you're right there, Rich.
On that.
Definitely.
Beautiful
right.
old buildings in the Isle of Wight.
I know I have noticed on
There's a
one of my
lot of
books.
There's a lot of Freemasonry linked to the Isle of Wight as well. A lot of Templars.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going back from there.
Yeah.
And
it's a secret hide. It's the secret places like this. There's a couple in Scotland as well. But yeah, there's these little tucked out places. I mean, like Malta itself, you know, it's quite a big island.
My dog's from Malta.
You know that Balmoral is going to be significant.
Oh yes, no, for sure.
Oh, there's a glare, but
what's that?
That is the Grand Lodge of the Ancient Freemasons of South Carolina. This is from 19. So this is their book, from the Grand Lodge, from that one in South Carolina, back from 1978.
Good find.
Secret.
There is a Grand Lodge allegedly on the moon, isn't there?
Lot of lodges here that I'd never even noticed before. I've drove by these places every day all my life and never realized that's what they were until recently, because I started recognizing the symbol outside, and I'm like, wait a minute,
Hang on a sec, that's a square and compass.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, also along with the Freemasonics, you've got the Gilded Association as well. The Gilded Halls. They're a separate but still under the wing of
Yeah.
But you know, do we all? We'll probably all agree on this, that from day one, the Freemasonry side of it has been put out there than anything else. So why is it they're pushing Freemasonry as the structure of the you know, that's holding everything up? I don't think it is. I think that's just one small arm of it, and they're just copying they're just copying the bullets just as a distraction. I think yeah, they play a big part in it, but not like they're saying.
I think the Freemasons that exist now have stolen it. They've stolen the knowledge that they've got, and it's all. Michelle Gibson did a really good video on it called Eyes Wide Open, where she talked about the Moorish Masons, the Moorish Freemasons. That's where it all came from. Right.
And were they purveyors of the knowledge for good?
Yes. And the pentagram, they've got the pentagram, but it's the right way up, and it says, I did a stream about it last week. I think it says the top of the star is the heart. Oh God, what is it they say?
I remember the video that now that you're saying about. I can't remember. I now started to write it down.
It's like
This is why I'm always.
It's your chakras.
Love. No, it's love. It's something like love, honor, compassion. You know, it's all
for 7 principles that are really like
But the
like so that's what throws me off about when to speak about it.
Say that again.
Speaking about like because like from how I came to even discover anything about Freemasonry to begin with, I had a little bit to do with when I first started looking into Hermetics. And the only reason that I started looking into Hermetics was because of some heavy metal bands that I listened to. Like there was this symbol, their symbol is this that I have on my arm right here, which is it's an unfinished tetrahedron because there's supposed to be flame in it as well. But anyways, so I started looking into that symbolism. I wanted to know where it come from, and then I found out about Hermetics. So I started looking into specifically the Order of the Golden Dawn, which is a particular branch of, I get Rosicrucians, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And so that's how I found out about it. All goes back in. It goes back. Then it goes back to the Celts, and it goes back to the Druids, and
there's a female version of it as well.
Yeah,
they've demonized all of this knowledge, haven't they?
But that's what I'm saying. I get frustrated. I'm like, when people say that to me, I just want to just smush their face. I'm like, that's how I know you don't know what you're talking about. Because you come at me from that demonic angle. As soon as somebody says you say Freemason, they go, oh my gosh, they're like devil worshippers. I'm like, really?
All it is knowledge of how the realm works. It's knowledge of how the realm works.
An element.
Well,
but if they
use it for, you know,
they want it labeled satanic. People away from it because they're, oh God, no, I'm doing that. It's satanic. It's like I was saying to Nia. I was talking to Nia earlier in Israel, and I said to him, they've demonized the good things. You know, they keep people away from it and make them afraid of it.
Is it us that demonize it? Is it us? Have they got an honest knowledge, and we're saying it's demonized?
No, I can tell you that there are some evil motherfucking Freemasons.
But the thing is, the knowledge.
I'm sorry, that's
used for evil.
I learned about Freemasonry when I was about 11, 12 years old. I was going through some of my dad's belongings, looking for what I was looking for was I can't remember, but I came across his apron and some paperwork as well with photos of him and my uncle, who at the time was a chief inspector in London City Police Force. Since then, he was then the European drug liaison with,
like head of the DEA over here. Yeah,
he was right up there, and they were both from the same lodge in Romford. And my dad never spoke about it. I mean, he's been in the film industry all his life, so you know, all the top industries have handpicked Freemasons, and they join the group, and they believe that they're doing something honest.
Yeah,
and they're handpicked within that group.
That's what my dad believed, because they don't get past the third degree unless
exactly.
something.
Exactly.
Everyone up to the third degree is all dedicated to charity work.
It's all charity. Now, when it comes to charity, they really want to push that the Freemasons, you know, you'll find that on park benches are dedicated by Freemasons. You'll find that local community granges, parks. They will have a plaque or a stone that have been laid by the Freemasons.
So where
The
the
first
children.
emergency vehicle on the day of the stabbing of the London Bridge was a red ambulance which had the Freemasons logo, and this ambulance was paid for by the Freemason logo. In the BBC reporting of it and the Sun newspaper, they photoshopped that out. You look at any other newspaper, you'll see Freemason logos on it. Now, why would the BBC
do that?
And then why would they go to that bother of erasing such a little fact? Because they were the first on the scene. They were literally there for the photo shoot because the cameramen were already there, all in position. That's what it's all about. It's a film set.
Yep.
And so they leave their calling cards, and that's their little calling card. You know, and they work with time frames.
We're now in an age where we have to discern everything we see. Everything. It's crazy.
It's like people
it's
say
ever
that
been thus. It's just our turn.
Into it too much. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. You're not paying attention like at all. But if it was just once in a while here and there with some symbolism, yeah, maybe we would be reading into it too much if we harped on it all the time. But it's everywhere, all the time, everywhere we go, and it's all comes back to the same couple of freaking groups of people. I don't think we're reading too much into it. I think you guys need to wake up or decide to fuck up. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Yeah, but why would you metaphorically go to a dry well? You know, for any solace or sustenance. You know, if anything, this time that we're living through is teaching us is that there is no point in going to dry wells. Know where they are, but know they're dry. So there's no point. You're not going to get anything out of it. Whereas here we actually have a very wet well, and you know we're all really getting something out of it. So why bother with the dry wells? It's pointless.
Not everybody has the discernment.
But you've still got all these. You've still got all these Freemasons walking around thinking they're doing
what
good
their
things.
discernment will or won't be. You can only dictate for yourself what your discernment's going to be, and that's the whole point. Mind your own business.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, share everything. Your cup overfloweth, share it, but mind your own business.
People are discerning anything.
Well, that's their problem. That's their disability. Sorry for your disability, but you know, I'm going to keep doing what I do. And if you can take some drops from it, go for it. And if you can't, then what?
I just said that.
You know, in Torah it says he or she. It doesn't actually say she, but we'll put she in just because we don't want to offend anyone.
I bought Masonic.
He or she who saves one life saves the whole world. Start with your own.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
and other people will be like, come like moths to your flame, and some of them will get burnt and disappear, and some of them will, you know, take a bit of light and add it to their own little bit of light, and then, you know, it will be like a spider's web of, you know, all the little lights will go up.
Yeah.
You know, in Avatar, you know, the mama tree, you know, all the little lights went up so that people knew where to go. So send up your little lights so when people know where to go. If they're not going to go there, then what is the point? You know, of worrying about them. In every race, there's winners are winners and losers are make their own arrangements.
That's what I've been saying.
There's winners and also rans.
There'll be another light for them to find.
Exactly.
Last year, those people that if they're going to wake up, they're going to have woken up by now. If the people that we've spoken to that haven't woken up, those seeds that we planted, they'll either germinate or they won't. But
throw your corn, but don't call no foul.
It's not our responsibility to wake anybody up. It's only our responsibility to drop seeds for when they wake up.
Yeah, just sow your corn. Don't call no foul. Sow your corn.
That's why I've never been into debating. I've never been into debating because, to be honest, we've gone from one side to the other side. Until the other side have looked into this side, there's no point debating. That's that simple.
with it's like the flat Earth debate. There is no debate as far as I'm concerned, because there is no measurable curvature, which immediately disproves any globe model, and therefore all arguments
They're working on a fallacy. They're working on a fallacy.
My favorite
You know,
thing.
So there's no debate.
Dickhead.
There's a
Fallacy is a great word.
there's a
That's a fallacy, isn't it? It's a dickhead.
It is.
That's the one.
You know, there's
You know.
also other really basic advice, which, I've witnessed it in the reality. I've seen the demonstration of why this advice is so useful and yet so unknown. Why never, ever, ever wake up a sleepwalker, ever. They're very dangerous.
No.
When they're asleep, just guide them to a safe area, soothe and smooth, and let them be. They'll wake up in their own good time. If you try to wake up a sleepwalker, you lay yourself into amazing danger.
Mm.
And it doesn't matter if it's, I was in my last house, there was a sleepwalking child. And the screaming of this child was like, it just went on and on and on. And I'm like, what do I do? Do I ignore it? I can't go over there because I'm bedridden, bedbound, housebound, so I can't get there. I don't know what to do. I'm literally crawled and like holding on for dear life to the window, waiting for another neighbor to be like, what the hell is going on? And the other neighbors were like, it's like, so much for a community. I had to call the police. And this child screamed for 3 solid or more hours. Screamed like it was being murdered. And apparently it does this a lot. And, everyone is trying to wake this kid up. And it's just like, once you know it's a sleepwalker, lead it back to bed.
It sounds
Soothe
like
and smooth. Yeah, well, whatever it is, I don't know. And it's really none of my business because there's nothing I can do for it anyway. But, as a lesson in life, you are told if you had a parent with any sense, or if you had any sense, you never wake up a sleepwalker. You lead them back to the bed, soothe and smooth, and let them settle down. If you try and wake them up, you're looking for trouble, and trouble will find you really easily. You don't need to go looking for it.
I think it's so awesome that you brought this up because just last night, the reason why I was telling my granddaughter, like, not to worry about what other people are thinking has specifically to do with my granddaughter screaming during her temper tantrums. And they live in an apartment complex or a housing area, so where the walls are thin, and my daughter knows that the neighbors hear her during her fits. And Holly's like, before, Mom, and she was like, I didn't mind if she was crying. She was like, I would just tune it out. And, I understand that it's likely to do with some sort of sensitivity issue to light, sound, or something that she can't verbalize yet. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, but now, like, the neighbors, they're passive aggressive. So they'll mention it like, I heard you crying yesterday or some stupid shit like that. And I told her, I was like, fuck them. I was like, do they pay your bills? And she was like, no. I was like, do they pay your phone bill? Nope. They buy your food? Nope. Are they the ones that provide for you to sit home with those kids every day? Nope. Are they? And she's like, no. I was like, then fuck them. Don't worry about what the fuck they think. If they know that baby ain't hurt. They know that baby's just pitching a fit. We know that baby's just pitching a fit. Put it in a room, and we got to figure out something though, because my granddaughter, she does possibly have autism. So when she gets put in a room like that, she tries to harm herself. She'll physically go and bang her head up against the wall or the floor, or grab an object and hit herself. I thought I was bad, and then my daughter had a kid, and I was like, oh man, that's
your granddaughter? When does she pitch a fit? What is a trigger for her?
For example, last night it's what it was it was dinner time, but whenever her son, he says little brother, was going to bed, her favorite thing to do is go in his room and start tearing his toys out and digging through there. And when Holly tries to remove her from the room and she's not getting her way, that's what she does. I mean, it's a scream to where even when I'm on the phone with her, I have to be like, Isabella Rose. when you're with Gigi, if you pull that stunt, you know I will duct tape you.
Maybe she's pulling the stunt because she wants her mother's attention, and her mother wants her mother's attention.
Holly said that.
Maybe it's a round and round and round because you're all screaming for each other's attention.
Holly breastfed her too.
I can just intervene on this because I've got first-hand experience of it. My middle son Tommy, he's 15 now, and he he was diagnosed with ADHD. You know, we went through that route, and he was terrible. From when he was born all the way up till he was about 10, 11, it was an absolute nightmare. We couldn't take him anywhere. We couldn't do anything with him. You couldn't mix him with. We couldn't even go to Pizza Hut. You know. And
the worst thing about that must be like, what the hell are we doing? What are we doing wrong, man?
All we did was all he ever had was attention, because you couldn't not give him attention. But you know,
but that's the thing. It's like, what kind of attention? And if you're just going to give attention and attention, then it becomes quality over quantity.
But you can't. All I'm saying is you can't.
Yeah, you can. You can. I have done it. You can do it. You know, it's one of the things where I am quite expert amongst my other expertise.
Everything, Alex.
No, I'm not the expert at everything, Richie. I'm really not. I'm certainly not the expert at technology. I'm not the expert on, technology. We'll go technology.
Well,
on other things, I have more than a layman's knowledge, and I'm on certain issues. I'm quite expert on childcare. I'm quite expert.
Well, I think everybody who's brought kids into the world is an expert in their own right.
Well, yeah, but it's what are they expert at?
If you try it. If you don't try it, then you're not.
Yeah, no,
Kid in the world and
before you buy one
to adult.
Every experience is unique.
There's no handbook for it.
There actually have been various different handbooks, but amongst all the handbooks of it, trying to find the correct handbook.
There was no handbook for our Tommy, that's for sure.
Well, there probably is. It's just you don't know what it is.
I watched
the point I was going to make is he's 15 now, and he just grew out of it. It's just not like that anymore. It just doesn't behave like that anymore. So something was going on in his younger mind, and I'm pretty positive it was like a spiritual thing. There was something imbalanced. I don't know.
Hormones.
Something not right when he was younger.
How old was he? Oh no, it wouldn't have been hormones if he was under. It was like before he was 10.
It was nothing to do with it. It was like a possession. That's the only way I can explain.
Yeah. I've got a friend who went through a similar phase like that. I remember growing up as a kid, and it's like a possession. I think you're right there. But
that's a lovely story.
It's a will of the mind as well.
Parent who,
and I think he has to take control of his mind.
Go on, carry on. Sorry.
No, I think it's a getting control of your consciousness. Yeah. And I think as a child, we have so much imagination, and that's all we have because we don't know anything. All we have is our imagination and what we are told. We make pictures in our head and we imagine what things we are told. Now, if we can't, if we get to a stage, where this imagination is drilled out of our heads quite early on, and it has to become factual, and you have to know exactly what to say and when to say it and to fit in, then that becomes a problem with a child that is a little bit quiet. It becomes very quiet because it doesn't know what to say, even though it thinks it should say something. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
And also being told when a child says they've got an imaginary friend or something, and being told, no, it's not. No, it's just an imaginary friend. They're not. that's not really there. You didn't really see that, you know, because we don't see it anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the adult doesn't see it anymore. But
That's
we're
the
so
Peter
much.
Pan effect. That's the Peter Pan effect. I call that. You know.
And when I was thinking about this last night,
there are spiritual guides, there are higher selves that the children can see that really clearly, but they just can't interpret in real human words at that stage. You know, so they are using their imagination again to explain what they are actually doing.
Did you experience that?
Yeah. You know, I always thought everyone had an imaginary friend. You know, I couldn't tell you what he looked like. I couldn't tell you if it was a male or female. It was just like a mirror of me talking back to me. You know, but I wasn't looking at it as a materialistic thing. It was my friend. But when someone said, "Oh, you know, who are you talking to?"
Like in the
that's
Golden
exactly
Compass.
that they're thinking the complete opposite. You know, that there is something wrong, where in fact this is right, where we should all be listening to ourselves. You know, but that gets drilled out of us at such an early age.
They can try, but as you know, the mother or the father,
it's subliminally
once
in
you know that that's
cartoons.
going to happen, and you know that for 8 hours a day they're going to get drilled out. Yeah, you can also, you know, draw out of the drill holes, you know, that which is resonant and true, and help them channel their imagination.
Yeah.
So they can always find the meet in the middle point between the yin and the yang, and know that there's good in every bad thing and there's bad in every good thing. If you can meet yourself in the middle.
They need good God. They need they need, because that's the trouble, isn't it? With all of us, you know, none of us have had that.
But then again, we've still come back to each other. So it didn't even matter. Really? You know, we can play the blame shame game all day long, but at the end of the day, today, we're all together. And that's what's important. The rest of it is just, you know, fluff and, you know, shooting the breeze. The fact that despite every agony, every pain, every emotion, every feeling, everything that we've been through in our individual and collective lives, we've all come back together. So I say, I don't care about what happened before. Bring it on. That which did not kill me has made me stronger. And I'm still a disabled woman, you know, creeping about my house, you know, holding onto the walls like Spider-Woman with sticky fingers, because that will give me extra ability to hold on, Buttercup. And I look at us all, and we are all completely heroic and completely legendary. Will we be in legend for, you know, the masses and the millions? I don't know. I don't really care. But we'll be legend for our own family, for our own children.
Definitely.
We better be. We better be. Because they're going to need legends of, did you know that your great-great-grandmother did this? Do you know that Granny did that? You know, so stop building your legend.
That's why I said yesterday, it's all on our generation. This has all come down to our generation.
Thank God for that. I mean, can you imagine if it had come down to the generation ahead of us? We'd all be completely fucked. Or the generation below us, it would even be worse fucked. Thank God it's on us.
Calm down.
What good things are there in that one?
No, I'm impassioned. You know, I'm like you, Richie. Takes one to know one.
That's how like old my soul is and how much I relate to the generation above me. Like I'm sitting there one day hearing them just like go off about millennials, and I was like, I wonder what that age group that is. And I go look it up and I go, oh shit, man, I'm a millennial. Fuck. And my buddy was like, you live in a basement. How did you not know? 80s baby, both sides of millennials. And I was like, yeah, so? I was like, I thought I was Generation X. He's like, no, man, you're not that cool. I'm like,
hang on. Who's a millennial? Your daughter.
No, my daughter's she's a Z, I think. Generation Z.
No, millennials are born after. Z's born before year 2000.
2000.
Millennials are born after.
I was born in 86. I'm a millennial.
Right.
She was born in 2000.
No, you're not. No, you're not a millennial. You're absolutely not a millennial.
Yeah, depending on which, that's been two different, So I always go with that.
You're born too early. You're not a millennial. You're Gen Z, if anything.
That makes more sense because the podcasting thing is on the rise with them.
Whoever told you that you're a millennial is mistaken. And they don't understand what a millennial is.
They can't count, maybe.
Man, they're maybe just trying to sit on my like most people do.
I think every
you're a supernova soul. You're a supernova soul. Supernova souls can be born anytime. This whole millennial, Gen Z, fucking purple flame, all these, I think these are all just labels that they like to put on.
On that note, Rich, I think that every generation that's ever been has always had a group of people like us. There's always been people like us that we call awake. It's just that now we've got the internet, we've got a tool where we can gather information, we can get whatever information we like. If we dig hard enough, we can always find something. So it's just gone crazy. So now people like us can get together, share information, and we've got the internet. But I think there's always been conscious minds in every generation like us.
Yeah, don't you remember ham radio?
Always.
Ham radio. Do you remember it?
Yeah,
people were on ham radio, and then you had like radio that shit that was like out there. Was it Radio Caroline or something?
Carolina.
Yeah, Radio Caroline on the boat.
Radio Caroline.
It was all ham radio. This is exactly what this is. It's just our version of ham radio.
Yeah.
CB.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's been, with the nation's first people of America, they had smoke rings, and they would blow smoke rings, or they would fan smoke rings so that the people on the other side of the mountain would see, and it was all messaging. You have Morse code. There's always been hidden language. Or, it's not even that hidden. It's just hidden from a lot of people.
To hide the smoke from the shine.
The moonshiners and the Navy
shine here in the Great Smokies because there's a particular time of the year, fall, winter, where the smoke is more prevalent, and that's when they shine, because from distilleries way up in the mountains, when you're shining, there's a lot of smoke that comes out of those copper distilleries, and that's why they would do it here.
Because it goes into the clouds.
And those that know would know where to go to get their moonshine, and those that didn't know wouldn't have any idea of it.
No, you have but you still have
to put
to
a leaflet through their door, but who cares?
Honky Tonk, Alabama.
Moonshiner here that is a relative of mine. So.
I watched the Moonshiner.
All I think is that we've been in a winter, and we're coming into a spring.
Winter.
Now is the winter of our discontent.
And now we're coming to spring.
We're fall. We're just getting into fall here.
Everything's connected, isn't it? That you have.
Yes. Yes.
Everything's split into four, isn't it? So.
That song, isn't it? Winter, spring, sun, and fall.
Going back to what you said, Alex. Going back to what you said about how it doesn't matter that we haven't had the guy. We've all still found each other. It's sort of, that's why really none of us really need to worry about anything. We just need to keep doing what we're doing, and it will work out, because we found each other, right? Without even realizing we were looking. It's like we in Battlestar Galactica, when the five of them are walking around trying to find where the song comes from. They walk into the same room at the same time, and they're all like, "Why are you here?" I don't know. Why are you here? Why are you here? Fucking well, because of that song. That
was that the one with the plaited eyebrows.
They'll try to
see the freaking eyebrows.
I don't think there was
plaited eyebrows. It was
don't
one of
think that
them.
was-
Maybe
that
Blake
might
Seven.
have been Firefly.
Maybe
That might have been
Star
Firefly.
Trek.
Or Babylon.
No, it wasn't Babylon 5. It was much earlier than that. It's in the 70s. She had plaited eyebrows. I always wanted those eyebrows.
Oh, no, 70s wasn't Battlestar. That might have been V.
No, it wasn't. It was one of the...
V was 83, 84.
Yeah. No, it was a different one. It was like Star Trek or something. But one of the characters had plaited eyebrows.
No,
and I liked
Dennis Lee could have got plaited eyebrows.
I think that's Star Trek.
That's a good eyebrow.
Makes small.
That's a good eyebrow. Yeah, I like that.
I know, that's a really good eyebrow. That's so funny.
When I was in Wardour Street, that eyebrow came in very handy with the difficult customers. Because you'd be taking their order, and as soon as they started being fussy, like in a ridiculous manner, I just raised my eyebrow.
Did you raise the other one? No, the other one.
No, I used to be able to. I used to be able to do them both, but now it's just, you know.
Did you remember the
physical one that's crazy?
There was a sandwich, like toasted sandwich place, Hollywood.
Yeah.
Movies. I had all the movies in there, and it was just for toasties though. It was just a sandwich place.
Do you remember there was that little tiny restaurant that did like the 3 courses for like £8?
Oh, y'all are talking. Oh, guess what? So I do know how much I weigh in kilograms. Look it up.
Go on.
44.4 kilograms is
Give
nice.
me a nice
Oh,
try.
excuse me, I was 0.6 of a kilogram off.
That's what I'm saying. Give him a cigar because it was a nice try.
Yeah.
You know, not going to make you alive for 0.6 of a kilogram.
Kilograms, and I was like, I wonder, and then I was 444. That's fucking awesome.
I think I'm
And it's
about
also
85.
a very Jewish thing to round the figures up. Or round
I'm
them
about
down.
85, I think. I think.
I'm about
anyway.
69 at the moment.
Nine. I'm about 9.5, 10 stone.
I'm normally 95 kilos.
I got
I'm
a
about 60 kilos now.
I have no idea.
That's but measurements, and I never even bother. I don't even look in the mirror. You know.
Oh, I do
It's
it all the time.
Funny to see my.
But I
face
don't
in
weigh
a little
myself.
box.
Well, hey.
I look in the mirror when I go to the toilet, because there's a mirror up on the wall when I go to the toilet, and I just glance in it, and then
look at yourself when you're having a pee.
I always look in it, and it's funny because the other day I went to the toilet and I looked in the mirror and I went, "Why
You go,
did you
I'm having a pee."
look at
There's
yourself?"
me having a
It's
pee.
like, Hi, yeah, hi, having a pee. Hi,
I'm having a pee.
And every time I do try and, if I do see a reflection, or if I catch my reflection, I always look like an idiot to myself. I just think, no.
Yeah, when I hear myself back, it's never me. I swear it's never me when I hear myself back, ever. But then I never listen to myself anyway. Only so the voice is inside my head, not mine.
I go hide in the corner. They yell at me like, if you would have just listened to us, we wouldn't. None of us be in this situation right now.
Oh, I hear yelling. I just don't hear my own voice.
When I get voices in my head, if it's a bad thought, I hear it from here, and if it's a good thought, I hear it here, so I can distinguish where they are.
Distinguish between the two. Yeah.
It's not even look in the direction based on where I hear that voice from. People have caught me doing that. Who are you talking to? And I'm like, myself.
Yeah, one of mine's a tranny voice.
Just to get your attention, that is.
Yeah.
Just to get your attention straight away.
Yeah.
What is a tranny voice? I don't know. What is a tranny voice?
What is that?
Like, you're least expecting.
I'm trying to deepen it as much as I can over this last year. I'm not doing no tranny voice on Leah. No.
But on a serious note, Lizzo, if you've been able to pick that up, that's pretty cool, really. because that means you're in
tune.
Yeah.
You know who you are.
59. It's late in the day.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Thank you.
that's going by the paradigm that we're all going to die by the age of 90 or something, and that we get older and that our bodies are deteriorating and all of that. But if we
just let it, we allow it.
If you can change your perception,
I don't allow it. I
you're
don't allow it
constantly
at all.
No,
I
no,
think
but it's
We need to stop using
it's
we
within our
talking
program.
about ourselves. You know, we can talk of ourselves. You can say I might do this or I do this to my body, but you can't say we. There might be other people who you can observe are doing the same thing, but then you can observe it and say, if they're doing it and they're getting that result, maybe I do something different and I'll get a different result.
I'd say
because
when I say we though, I'm talking about the program.
Yeah, but don't talk about
the ones.
Don't give it any energy. To only talk about your program.
When I talk about we, I'm talking about me and the multiple different versions of me that exist.
Yeah,
because
at least we know.
But there's different versions. Say me, it's all the same.
How many versions are there?
You can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Now, which one are you going to be?
There were quite a few 007s, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's only one.
Apparently.
There's
the
only
whole
one
007 thing was, if it was on that, it was for Her Majesty's eyes only.
Well, if
because
it's
it looks
0,
like
0,
a pince nez anyway, doesn't it?
As I keep saying to everybody, I'm not 007, I'm 007.
Oh.
It's not.
It's a bit like Liz with the Liz. I always put the O at the yeah.
It's phonetically the same, but
Well, I've got one O.
It's double
Oh,
because obviously that.
And so why are you asking what a tranny voice sounds like? If you're double O,
I want to know.
You must know what it is to have been able to come up with that.
That's from like the gay man's voice. That's separate, yeah. Because they said there's a science behind that. Like how some gay men you don't know they sound. What I mean, that's what they said. That's like the actual thing is a gay sound. Like,
oh, you mean
camp?
Camp.
You mean camp?
Yeah. The word I think you're looking for is camp. Yeah.
Yeah.
All camp is just really effeminate. It's not really. Camp's just it's like you talk like you're a little bit more delicate than a man, and it's a little bit it's just nicer when you camp. But what I want.
But they all sound the same.
What I want to know is there are some men. There are definitely some men who are naturally quite effeminate, but there's other gay men that turn it on. They turn it up. They turn and like right. So I was working.
Pump up the volume.
I'm working for this guy, and I had no fucking idea that he was gay. Right, but then in one of our meetings, in one of our Monday morning meetings, he told everybody. He said, "Oh, did you? By the way,
and then he stepped it up a level."
And then we had the Christmas party, and he got drunk. And when he was drunk, he turned full on gay camp, like proper full on. So what is that? It's like a persona. It's assuming it seems like it's assuming a persona. There are men that are naturally very effeminate, but it's not all gay men are camp, and not all camp men are gay.
Have you ever met a gay straight man?
A gay straight man?
Yeah.
Straight man that.
Oh, go to my clients. Most of my clients were rugby players. I had a few politicians, a few TV people, but most of them were into rugby, and they looked straight as houses. They were like butchers. They come, and they're like, and they. I always just to ask my clients and say, "What sport do you like?" And most of them said rugby. They were rugby players, Love their
Which is funny because we say that it's the football players that are gay.
Yeah.
I always said no. Rugby players are real men, and football players are all gay.
No, rugby, hockey, especially the hockey and the ladies.
think it's any sport.
And now
women's
football
basketball.
Yeah.
I would love. Oh, call him
My friend Paul, he turned into a stalker. He turned into a bunny boiling stalker when I basically I said okay, I couldn't be friends with him anymore because he crossed the line with me. And but he basically shit. I've forgotten what I was going to say. The point of why I bought Paul. He said that like pretty much 95% of the men that he slept with was straight on the outside. They'd call him up and they'd turn up at his doorstep at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, like looking over their shoulder, making sure they see him. They'd come in for a little bit of fun and then they'd leave. And it's all shh, hush, hush. And I've heard that from so many gay men that most of their sexual activity is with men that say they're straight.
Yeah, but there's also the whole thing of men will always increase their figures of how many, you know, notches they have on their belt, and women will always decrease theirs. So why would gay men be any different? You know, that might have happened once to a friend, or it might even have happened to them. But they'll say, "Oh, it happens all the time."
Well,
how would you know unless you were that?
One of the reasons why I fell out with him was because he was making people believe. He was making people believe that me and him were, because I was sleeping on his sofa. I was out, like me and my missus broke up. She kicked me out. I had nowhere to stay, so I was sleeping on his sofa. And like my mates were saying jokingly to him, "Hey, you're rich, eh? You're rich." And then he was basically leading it on and saying,
making things her.
Hey?
He was making he was leading him on, making him think that y'all were.
Yeah, he was leading people on, making think that me and him had something going on.
Somebody getting her ass kicked.
And there wasn't like anything going on. So, you know, that's the first clue that, you know,
that way, regardless of what we are. If we're not, don't be going around acting like we are or saying we are. I've had people do that to me before. That pisses me off. Don't say you've been with me. You have not been with me.
That's why it crossed the line with me, because like I got
what you should say is
somebody being gay, and I got no issue with somebody being like with a gay man telling me that he's in love with me, you know, or fancies me or whatever. It doesn't bother me. I'm not homophobic. I don't care. It's flattering, if anything.
Exactly, it's so flattering. So if they say they've slept with you and they clearly haven't, but if they want to be, you know, shout that trumpet, blow that shofar, you know, just say.
I was only in my 30s.
How was
then,
I?
And I wasn't really, but I wasn't in the right place myself.
I'm not saying
when that happened. So if that was now, I'd say something. What's that?
I'll say they have a dick. I'd say they have a little dick, or they must have roofied my ass. I can't stand that shit. Because no, first of all, that's personal. That's really personal stuff. And when you go around and you just say you've been with somebody that you ain't been with, especially when you say it to other people who may or may not know them, it makes them look at you some type of way based on how they know that person that said that. And because I'm telling you, I've had some people say they've been with me that are just, I'm like, you motherfucking wish.
The best thing for me, it was quite cool. It happened to me. The only reason I knew it was happening was because my friends were coming to me and saying, "Mate, that's what Paul said about you. You know, I guess what Paul said last night, you know." And they were all having a little laugh about it because they all knew that they ain't gonna, you know, it's not gonna happen. They all knew that I'm not like that. So, and they told me about, that's how I found out. But if it, you know, if it was a group of people that weren't my friends, didn't know me well,
right? That's what gets at me. I'm like, no, because
that's why it's a good idea to say, really, how was I? Give me a score out of 10. You know, because then you know, it's like they're batting that ball into your court, bat it straight back, because they won't be expecting it, and they'll shut up.
Like I said, Alex, that's not where I was 10 years ago.
I
that's
know.
where I'm not now. That's where I
Exactly.
might be now. Like now, I might say something like, "Yeah, but fucking hell, you don't have, you know, I don't know, just say something funny about it.
Yeah.
Play along with it.
Play
Basically,
along
just
with
play
it.
along.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
without playing along with it, which is what I'm advising the words to use, because I'm very good at spelling. Yeah. So if you say, wow, really? How was I? They'll be shocked or shit. Whereas if you go on the, I never said anything like that, they'll just be like, oh, yeah, the lady doth protest too much. And then they'll be in a thing of like, did she, didn't she? Whereas if you approach it the way I'm describing you approach it, that can't happen.
I never protested because I didn't need to, because it was all a big.
Yeah, but we're not talking about you and men, because as we said before, you know, men will dial up numbers and women will dial them down. So, you know, for you, it's like whatever you want to think, say about it.
But big difference between men and women, I think, as well.
Pardon?
I mean, to be fair, although it's true,
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry,
it's not something that I do. I don't inflate the number of women that I've slept with.
No,
it's something.
That's what I'm saying. Men are different between men as well.
Yeah,
you know, that to say men are, you know, inflate the numbers. Yeah, of course they do.
They'll inflate it to another man, but they won't inflate it to the women.
No,
they'll downplay it to a woman.
Yeah.
Oh, please. How do you know? Has a woman have you ever been a woman?
Because I'm bisexual.
Women, in my experience, women don't like it. If you've been a player, women don't want to go with men that have been with
women you've been with don't like it if men are a player, because you're not a player in that way. So you wouldn't attract the kind of women who wanted a player.
Yeah, that's selective. You can't say that. Really.
So,
it's,
you know, this is what I mean about, you know,
you can only
get
say that
very,
if you've been a player.
You know, don't make a judgment for everyone, because there are women who won't deal with a player and there are women who will only deal with a player. And the chat up lines.
I would have to say that I was a player when I was a lad.
Did you tell each girl that you were with how many girls you slept with?
Back at the top, they knew that because they saw me with a different girl each night.
You slut.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't sleeping with them.
Slut.
I wasn't sleeping with them. That's the only thing. I'd go everywhere. I'd make them so happy, but I wouldn't sleep with them.
What do you mean you make?
And my grandpa told me that. My grandpa told me that.
What, you do everything, but you wouldn't let them ride the pipe?
Well, they'd do everything else except ride the pipe, and you'd ride the pipe with the one that you're going to stay with the rest of your life.
I think that's excellent advice.
You know, I took quite a lot from my grandpa. More from my grandpa than my dad. You know, and I think from the age of 12, I actually realised, because he was part of a secret society apart from everyone else, yet he hadn't told me a single thing about it. That's how secret it was.
Of wisdom. Society. And that's why you got home to the magic tree house.
And that's how I found myself here.
Yeah.
You know,
good old granddad.
I think everybody, when they're young, you have to have an experience of different things before you can grow.
Yeah.
And attach yourself to somebody else.
Of course, hearts like balls. If they don't get broken, they don't get any bigger.
Well, my grandpa, he said, never join the war. That's number one. He said, never join the police force. That's number two. He said, don't ever become a lawyer. That's number three.
Oh, he wasn't Jewish. You just said no lawyers. So
no, he wasn't Jewish. No.
If he was Jewish, he said be a lawyer.
He had Scottish. He was Scottish background and Irish. Scottish and Irish background. He was. But yeah, and I found out because he was in the army himself as a young lad, and then pretty much up till the end of the Second World War, he was in the Sherwood Rangers, which is an elite force that went in. They were the first to go into the prisoner of war camps before the Red Cross to liberate and to take over the German positions and surrender their arms. And they saw so much at that point of humanity that has just been, you know, used as a commodity, you know. And they wanted to kill him. It doesn't matter. When he turned up to rescue them, that's what their mission was to liberate them, rescue them. They didn't know how to because they were fighting them off. It's not what the stories that you hear about, you know, that when people have been starving for so long and you've got rations and you've got food, you can't give them to them. They'll die instantly. But that's what you end up doing because they overtake you. They take everything. They're then fighting each other and killing each other for the mere materialistic things that they can't even eat. You know?
Yeah. About the ones that are doing it nowadays.
And so they had to have armed. We can't
hear you very well. You're breaking. You're coming in breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
The ones that are
no,
doing
not you.
The ones that are fighting, that are even not in the war, but just the soldiers right now, they're active duty. Because their active duty just doesn't mean they're at war, but there are soldiers. We still training military people. Like I have a son that's in the Marine Corps. It's active duty, so although he's not in the war, he's still active duty and trains for the military. So it's like, but do they know the history behind the corporation in which they work for?
The whole military complex, yeah. And who actually gets paid? You know, who funds it? You know,
right? Yeah.
I mean,
and that's because my daughter and I we have that conversation every once in a while. I don't think so, especially the generation now of days, the younger ones that are in that between that like he just turned 22. Do you remember our brains when we were 22?
I nearly joined the army when I was 22.
Yeah.
I would have been. Afghan.
There would have been films like Heartbreak Ridge. There would have been trigger films like Top Gun. You know, whenever the Navy when they need anything, they will go to Hollywood and they will put a push in. And that next year, you'll have recruitment up by about 400% the previous year. And that's how it's worked.
And there never is any wars. They're just operations.
Well, it's a proxy war. It's
just
to fund money. You know, it's to circulate money and create money at that point and circulate it out of existence, and then we pay for it for 30 years until the next war. It's a cycle like that.
W, and the third W, which is the web. That's the war. The web is the war. The web is the war. And it's
we're in war right now. We're always been in a war.
Yeah, the web is the war.
You
can't untangle it.
I think from a spiritual perspective, everything on this physical plane is a war compared to what it is like in an energetic state. There has to be dualism every day, every fucking day. There's a war.
I'm at peace. So if there's wars going on around, I'll still be at peace.
Are to some extent suppressing the channel because my daughter is having a hard time finding the Wide Awake show. Or I'm going to tell her to type in 007 and see if it pops up.
Look for the Wide Awake show.
And the Wide Awake show.
We won't find
the Wide Awake.
This is the Wide Awake.
The magic.
This is the Magic Treehouse.
You're in the Magic Treehouse? Let's see.
But I'm just listen. I was just going to say, guys, it's 11:15. We've been going for 5 hours.
So. It's time change. We're getting it's later over there too than it is here. It's only 6 here. So, oh my gosh, yes. Go to bed, darling.
It's 11:13 in the morning here. So.
Yeah,
11:13 at night here.
I was going to go to work, but it never happened. So I thought I'll sacrifice and speak to you lot for a bit because I need to do something different. Because I put so much time into work. It's like.
Are you pulling a sticky, dear? Are you pulling a sticky?
Well, I've only got a couple of jobs to do today, but I don't have to go and do them. It's
He's his own boss, man. All he has to do is phone
tomorrow.
Yeah, or in fact, not even phone up and say I'm not going to be in today. Just not turn up. Turn out tomorrow and say, "Yeah, I was a bit busy. I had another job to do. Sorry."
Exactly. Or I'm doing paperwork. So although I'm still in the matrix, I'm it's not as bad for me. I'm very lucky.
You make your own luck.
Yeah, your own. Well, I just don't know about you.
You can say that you're working from home.
Yeah.
That's a phrase that has been used for quite a little while now, hasn't it?
The hell they keep saying paycheck.
Unfortunately, tree surgeons can't work from home.
For that.
Yeah.
There's something. I'll end on. I'm going to just quickly talk about this, and then I'm going to go. Jason Bashirs was saying about he was making a prediction about they're going to release some kind of tech, next level tech. They're going to take the internet down.
Yep.
And they're going to give us some kind of new tech. And you know what? I think he might be right. I'm not gonna say that it's bullshit because I think he might be right. And all this crap about 5G and all this stuff about we're all gonna die and all this, it's all a big distraction. Because all they're gonna do is gonna take down the internet and they're gonna give the masses exactly what the fuck they want. And then they really will be enslaved. And then there'll be us and there'll be them.
Yeah.
Yay!
And that's I really think that's what's going to happen.
And
nobody's going to see it coming, and that's going to be that ultimate.
But we will see it come on. We've seen it coming.
We will.
Yeah. So again, why would you want to wake up sleepwalkers?
We will look even crazier to those that are just bought.
Yeah, but
we've always looked crazy. It's not a new thing. We've always
we
looked
won't
crazy.
even be able to interact with them because of
how can we now? Are you interacting with them now?
Well, no.
Really, exactly. So
on a different level,
Yeah, but on any level, they're uninteractable with for the most part. We have to dumb ourselves down by like 98% just to be able to, string a sentence.
I can look. Look, we all know people that are still asleep. So for me,
we do interact with them.
For me to carry on with my life, because I still have to feed my family, pay my bills, and do all the shit that I don't want to do.
You dumb down 90%.
I have to interact with these people
to manage them.
I don't mind dropping to that level. I used to be one. 6-7 years ago, I used to be one. I've always thought differently. But I was one of those people. I wasn't completely asleep because I've always known that something's very, very wrong with this world.
That's why we all need to reclaim our sovereignty.
But all I'm saying is we need to treat these people that are asleep with some kind of respect. Because if there is a next awakening and we've been horrible to them and we ain't been nice to them, they're going to fucking remember us.
Exactly. Very sensible.
Well, everybody has to be treated the same. We all have to be treated as if we are the same.
Yeah, try.
Yeah, you have to Henry Higgins it. You have to treat a duchess as a flower girl and a flower girl as a duchess.
Because we'll just get reflected back. It'll just come back to us. I know because it's happened to me. Because I'll get angry with people, and I thought, what's going on in your head? But you can't.
But do you find you're only angry with people that you really love? People that you don't really love and care about. It's just like you're like, yeah, whatever, move along, shift and clear. But it's only you get angry with people you really, really love.
It's infuriating with people that you love, isn't it? You get infuriated because it's frustrating because you desperately want.
And what's worse?
Self-horse, but until they're ready to listen, there's no point.
you know what's worse? I'll give you an example. My sister, I'll give her loads of information when I was in the early days, and basically I woke her up. She was agreeing with me, and now she doesn't even want to talk about it. She's slipped back into it. She's gone. Now she's made us, I can't think of the word, but she's deliberately become ignorant. She chooses not to look at it, which is really frustrating.
Because she's scared. When you know how scared
is,
they are, how they are so scared, you can raise your level of empathy and compassion and just be patient and kind, because they're just really, really scared. She's got the information. She knows it. So now just let her play out the scared part, because that's what she is. She's terrified.
And then she'll realise that there's nothing. I mean, I've come to realise there's nothing to be scared of. The only thing
but you've come to that realisation. You've been at this game a lot longer than she has. She got a hacking start. Yeah, she got all the hacks because she had a big brother to give them to her. And she's had to stuff it in the bid for later because she is terrified. But if you just do the demonstration of fearlessness, or even when you are in fear, you feel everything and rise rather than feel everything and run. She'll see how to be not scared. And just give it some time. It's not a pot noodle, not an add water and stir. It wasn't for you and it won't be for her. Just give it time. Time is on your side.
Yeah, I mean,
you'll be bloody glad that she didn't, do it ever so quickly, because she'll outstrip you. Because women always do.
Now when I speak to her, I don't even go there. I just talk about stuff, just normal stuff. We talk about when we were kids, stuff from the past, and I keep it on that level. I don't go into the stuff that I know.
Yeah, but that's the best thing to do. That's the wise man thing to do, because you're helping create legend.
So and I do that with other people now as well. So
yeah, just create legend.
I never used to.
Whilst we wait, we'll create. Well, no, because you're now, growing, and that's why
I used to be a very angry boy.
Yeah, well, didn't we all? I mean, I'm still an angry mum, apparently. Big Mother is watching you.
So, listen, guys.
I'm go to bed.
I know we're
great. I am going to wrap it up now because I've been going for 5 hours. So, thank you very much. It was really good chat. And we can do it again tomorrow night.
Can we just sing "Good Night, Sweetheart"? Just the first verse, because you use your singing voice, Richie.
Can I sing it?
Sweetheart. Yeah, together. All of them. Good night,
sweetheart.
Well, it's time to go.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, I love you so.
Boom.
I leave you, but I'll leave you. I say, oh, good night, sweetheart. Good night. Right, good night, Pete. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Much love.
See you soon.
Nice to meet you all. Take care.
Yeah.
Good night. Likewise.
Oh man, we're going to leave, and Sniper's not at his phone, so he's going to come back, and we'll all. Oh, here he is.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no! Do the Sandman, Mr.
Sandman. Oh, give me a drink.
Sorry, no, the dog was chewing his Victoria collar.
Like roses and clover, and tell her that the lonely nights are over, Sandman. I'm so alone, ain't got nobody to call my own. Please turn on your magic tree, Mr. Sandman, give me a dream. Much love, baby.
Yeah.
See you later, guys.
Bravo.
Nice to meet you all.
See you all tomorrow.
Rich, catch up soon, mate. See you later.
Mate. Cool. Take it easy, guys.
Bye-bye.
Like something you would say growing up. Like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
fuck's sake. Boy.